worked! It worked! Oh, I'm so happy you're back to normal. Now we need your help.
A true, true friend helps a friend in need. A friend will be there to help them see. A true, true friend helps a friend in need to see the light that shines from a true, true friend.
Hello? Friend trapped inside, remember?
Rarity needs your help. She's trying hard, doing what she can.
Would you try? Just give it a chance. You might find that you'll start to understand.
A true, true friend helps a friend in need. A friend will be there to help you see. A true, true friend helps a friend in need to see the light that shines from a true, true friend.
What just happened? There's no time to explain, but we need your help. Applejack's trying to make dresses. Say no more.
Applejack needs your help. She's trying hard, doing what she can. Would you try? Just give it a chance. You might find that you'll start to understand. A true, true friend helps a friend in need. A friend will be there to help them see. A true, true friend helps a friend in need to see the light that shines from a true, true friend.
Oh my, what a terrible dream I had. Or maybe I'm still having it. Rarity, Pinkie Pie's about to lose the apple farm. We need Applejack's help.
Lose the apple farm? Well, we can't let that happen now, can we?
Pinkie Pie is in trouble. We need to get there by her side. We can try to do what we can now, for together we can be her guide. A true, true friend helps a friend in need. A friend will be there to help them see. A true, true friend helps a friend in need to see the light that shines from a true, true friend.
Yeehaw! Now that's more like it. What's next? The townspeople are furious. We need the old Pinkie Pie back. I'm on it. I know just the thing.
The townspeople need you. They've been sad for a while. They march around, face a frown, and never seem to smile. And if you feel like helping, we'd appreciate a lot. If you get up there and spread some cheer from here to Canterlot.
Come on, ponies! I want to see you smile!
A true, true friend helps a friend in need. A friend will be there to help them see. A true, true friend helps a friend in need to see the light shine from a true, true friend.
product of a tortured brain.
Your feeling of helplessness is your best friend, Savage.
Hello everyone. Hello, hello. What am I forgetting here? Alright. Hopefully, my audio balance has not changed. It should still be fine. You should be able to hear me just fine. I feel like I'm forgetting something before I started here. I think I'm good. Anyway, let's go ahead and change the thing. There we go. Okay. I mean, I guess it's been less frequent since I've been streaming this, but I did stream this like a week or so ago as well. It was a short stream, a short stream though. So, but I do want to get back into this. Fun fact: I actually wanted to start streaming this more frequently, but my desk started to give way. I needed to like replace my desk. It was basically starting to fall apart on me, so I had to take it apart and basically just not use my computer for like about a week until a new desk arrived. I managed to get that desk yesterday, and it's all assembled and ready to go, and the timing just works out so that the G5 announcements have started just as I finished the desk, so it's interesting timing in that regard. Anyway, is everyone here already familiar with the G5 information that's been out so far? The bet sheet situation and the movie screenshot. Those are the two things we have right now. It's only a lore contradiction in the fact that it doesn't acknowledge Wendigos, but that's something that can be explained in detail in the movie if they choose to acknowledge that. I wouldn't judge it too harshly yet. Alright, anyway, let me pull this up. Alright. So a few days ago, some random online store leaked the new designs of some of the characters from G5. And at this point, it's confirmed to have been real. But yeah, let me go ahead and show that. I'll warn you that the art style you're about to see isn't canonical. It's not how the show is actually going to look, for as far as I know. Because it's quite jarring, but it is merchandise art, and MLP has always been fairly shaky in terms of that. But yeah, this is the first time you got to see the characters, well, at least some of them. But yeah, like I said, I don't expect the art style you see here or here to actually be the look of the show, because it's quite uncanny. And also, if we look closer, that some people might have missed is the illustrations here is not the same art style as what's on the actual, like, larger illustrations on the bedsheet. This looks way better than this. Same character, completely different artist making it. And I would assume that this was created by Emalu, which is a artist that's been in the fandom for a while and has been brought on. We know has been brought on to help design and create the characters for G5. And it looks like her style, so I would imagine that's actually her illustration there. And I really like the style. It's just very low resolution. This is completely different. I have no idea what's going on here, but yeah, that's how we were introduced. This was a few days ago at this point. And then about 8 or so hours ago, we found a blog post, or no, an article somewhere talking about details of the movie, which showed screenshots of the film. Again, it's still kind of low resolution. There's not much detail to go off of. Like, we can get a better look here, but yeah, it's this is what we have for the movie so far, and that's only this screenshot. Like the hair in the large ones? I'm talking about this? I guess the hair's not horrible. I just don't like the faces and the bodies and stuff. It looks way better here. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things to point out with the new designs. Yes, the horn color is different now. Honestly, I don't know which color is going to be the one you would expect in the final product, because this is like a very saturated greenish blue, and then this is just light blue. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but it's just the natural inconsistencies of looking at products from merchandise. I'm sorry, the illustrations from merchandise. It's very inconsistent. It always has been. So always take anything you see in merchandise with a grain of salt. But yeah, the thing to notice also is that this character's wings is actually not the same color as her coat. I am led to believe, based on the information that I know, is that the white wings she has is actually unique to her. Not all Pegasus will have this feature, or maybe it's like a subspecies of Pegasi or something. But this is mainly specific to her based on what I've heard. I can't say that with confirmation or anything, but that's all I know. If it's specific to her, I kind of like the idea. It kind of makes her look more angelic, like an angel. Especially given the headband and all that too. But yeah, anyway. The actual CG stuff is interesting. I don't know how I have too much to say about it right now, because it's only one screenshot, and it's also kind of low resolution. Like, this is the best shot we have, and it's a close-up, so we don't get to see the whole room. Why does she have different horn colors? I don't know. I'm assuming they'll explain some of that in the movie, because I'm pretty sure there's something going on with certain races of pony, like having different features than normal or something. I don't know. I'm sure there's something going on there. I'm trying to catch up with chat here. Hold on. Okay. Could just be coloring. Are you referring to the coloring being off in the merchandise art? I mean, it's not unreasonable to think that. But there is a consistency of the horn being a different color in both here and here. Oh, my goodness, I was not expecting that. Pause that, there we go. I will talk about that noise later. For later, though. Anyway, yeah, the artist here that made this is definitely not the same as this, but yeah, there's still the inconsistency in coloring the horn, compared to the coat color.
Seasons change and leaves may fall, but I'll be with you through them all. And rain or shine, you'll always be mine.
I don't know if you can say that for sure. That's going to target the same age group, especially given the topic at hand of the premise of what we've heard from G5 so far. Things about activism and stuff. It's fairly mature topics. I don't know if they'll actually go too deep into that kind of stuff, but the premise certainly doesn't sound like a baby show. So I wouldn't say that. Not right off the bat, at least. Alright, anyway. Screenshot. I really wish we had more to work with. I'm pretty sure we'll get more soon. But, I will say that I think I'm pretty okay with what we have here so far. I will give one nitpick first off. I'll get this out of the way. The only problem I have with the design of the characters as a whole, not specific to this character, but like just the design of the ponies, I think the eyes might be a little too small, just a little bit, slightly. Because whenever I look at the face, it makes me slightly uncomfortable due to how small the eyes are. However, it's important to note that this could also just be due to the fact that I'm just not used to it yet. I'm just so used to the G4 style, where the eyes are literally taking up half the entire face, you know? It's a contrast due to how different they are. So it could be partially because of that. But yeah, that's honestly the only nitpick I have. Otherwise, I really like the visual style they have going here. And I'm also especially jealous of the shading of the model. It's hard to get a good close-up look at it, but based on what I can tell, especially with this close-up shot, it looks really cool. Like I think the coat might have actual fur particles on it, which is something I tried doing before, and I just couldn't get it to work reliably due to technical limitations with Blender. But I do like how it looks in terms of the coat, and also the hair looks absolutely gorgeous. It's partially why I also wish I could get hair to work at all in Blender. I managed to make hair work decently well for my needs by faking the effect of hair, by using a bunch of like layers of meshes, basically. But this is clearly not fake. This is actual hair particles. And it makes me jealous, in a way, because that's something I wanted to do as well, but I can't. I'm not good enough with Blender. Oh yeah, if you guys haven't noticed, there's the main six in the background there. And in fact, if it's not clear enough already, this character, by the way, is actually named Sunny. But yeah, this character is pretty much obsessed with the main six, as you can tell by the room, as well as there's like a Celestia cutie mark up here, Rainbow Dash's cutie marks up there, of course the main six over there, the badges. Ears have ear shading, yes they do. The ears kind of look interesting. I want to see more of how they move and how they look at different angles, but I do like the approach they did here. It's certainly different than how I approached it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they would be using Blender. I don't think Blender is that mainstream yet to be used in theatrical releases. It's still too soon. There's still a lot of things that need to be ironed out with Blender before it's viable for that kind of stuff. It's close, but there's still severe limitations with stuff like hair. In fact, lots of technical limitations with hair makes it really hard to work with. No, I didn't make this. This is official from Hasbro. I'm not involved in any way, by the way. Just to be clear, I'm not involved in this. I'm still completely independent for the sake of MLP. Like, I've had no input. I had no idea about any of the designs or anything until all you guys noticed as well when the bed sheets were revealed. Yeah. I just know it's a fairly common complaint that the eyes might just look a little bit too far apart or slightly too small or something, but of course it's always up to interpretation. It's very subjective, and it's also something I can easily get used to anyway. I just know that I'm far too used to the larger eyes of Gen 4. This is quite a contrast and difference. I have a lot more to say once animation for this is revealed, though. And we also still don't know how the 2D show is gonna look. At least I assume the TV show's gonna be 2D. At least, I think, maybe. Oh, yeah. Some people have pointed out she doesn't have a cutie mark yet. It's kind of weird because she looks fairly fully grown. So I'm not sure what's going on there. And we know what her cutie mark looks like, too, from the merchandise. So she does get one at some point. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to judge the premise too harshly, because it's just a premise. What matters most to me is the execution of it. Just about any premise can be made to work decently well, if it's executed well enough by decent writing, or good writing even. People keep bringing up Scootaloo. That's funny. As if we haven't had similarly colored characters in the past before. But no, this is definitely not Scootaloo. This is way into the future. Yep. Twilight marks on the bag. There's a lot of main 6 references in this room. And there's probably a pretty good reason for it, and it's probably related to the plot. However, it's still kind of a neat way to connect Gen 5 with Gen 4. It creates an immediate connection to stuff we already know. Might make the transition easier for people to the new generation. Alright. Now, here is something that might be interesting for you guys as well. I'm not going to show this the whole way through. But Hasbro has an investor meeting today. Or a presentation, I suppose. Today. And it's going to be 3 hours long. I'm pretty sure most of it isn't going to be related to MLP at all. Because it's Hasbro in general, not just MLP. However, given the timing of all this things getting revealed and all that, I imagine more things might get revealed here. So I'll keep the stream on in the background. I'll keep an eye on it, and whenever something comes up related to MLP, I'll bring it up and we can watch together. But yeah, it's gonna start in a few minutes. It'd be interesting if they started off with MLP, but you'll see. I mean, there's no way to really know. Yeah, I'm kind of curious how any of the other characters will look like in this style, to be honest. We only know one character right now. And only from one angle, and all that is... We need more. I don't have much to say from that one screenshot. It's something. I don't know what to say other than what I've already said. Just a few nitpicks here and there, but otherwise I'm fairly okay with what we have so far. Yeah, the bed sheets do kind of look bootleggish, don't they? They don't look that official. Has that vibe to it. This is definitely not how the show's gonna look. There's no way. No chance. Anyway, I will wait for this to start and see how it introduces its presentation, and we can go from there. If it's not MLP related at the start, we can just get back to work, and I'll have this up in the background in my other monitor, and I can keep an eye on it. They look like a mix of older gens with Gen 4. Yeah, I can see that. And it seems more like its own thing to me, though. It doesn't exactly resemble any of the gens too much. It's just not that close to Gen 4. It's quite different. Hello, Pinkie Pie doesn't exist. What are you talking about? The 2D drawings on the bedsheets look bad. Mostly, yes, I would agree. I will again show that people tend to miss these, but there's smaller illustrations on the bedsheet that appear to be on the underside of the blanket that look far better in art style. But they're just so low resolution that we just don't get a good look at them. And Sunny is completely cut off. We don't know what she looks like in this style at all. We just see her legs. We just see this weird face instead. Yeah. I think I'll have a lot more to say on the 3D style once we see it in motion. I don't know if that's going to be showcased in this presentation, but I would imagine you'll see something at least. Don't know if it's anything too significant. Yeah, the bedsheet's kind of bad looking. Here's what it is. I mean, it's merchandise. MLP merch has always been very weird looking. Always has. And that doesn't seem like it's going to be changing. Yeah, that was my main critique too. The eyes are a little too small for me as well. However, it's not a major issue for me. It's mostly just a nitpick. And it's not something I can't get used to. Because I'm fairly okay with how the 3D looks overall, besides the eyes perhaps being slightly too small. By the way, this is an investor presentation. It is going to likely be extremely boring, which is why I'm going to have this on in the background if this is not related to MLP right away.
Is supercharging the brand blueprint to drive value for our stakeholders.
I'm going to be talking about a lot of numbers, I imagine. Things not very interesting, so be prepared for that. It's not really a presentation for people like us, but this is all we have to look at right now.
Question and answer session with analysts. All content is available on our investor relations website and will be available for replay later today as well. Before we begin, please be aware that during the formal presentation and the question and answer session that follows, members of Hasbro management will make forward-looking statements concerning management's expectations, goals, objectives, and similar matters. There are many factors that could cause actual results or events to differ materially from the anticipated results or other expectations expressed in these forward-looking statements. Some of those factors are set forth in our annual report on Form 10-K, our most recent 10-Q, in today's meeting,
So interesting,
and in
right?
our other public disclosures. Additionally, our discussion and presentation today include information regarding non-GAAP financial measures. You can find a
Finance,
reconciliation of GAAP
investment,
to non-GAAP
yada yada.
results
Yeah.
on our investor
We're just gonna have to wait this out.
Let's begin with the video to get you ready for the day.
This might be a preview of all the things they're talking about today. Transformers. I have no idea what this is. MLP movie, the first one, we already know that. Toys. Of course, it's given this Hasbro.
Who's the bravest? Let me know how far you want to take this. I've been having dreams of winning. I can see myself in an esteemed position. I got no qualms, I got no fears, and now I'm switching
There's a lot of things I hear I'm not familiar with. Not gonna lie. I noticed Transformers, you know, that's obvious, but not much else. Oh god. Is Peppa Pig actually a Hasbro? I didn't. Oh god. I don't think I've ever known that. Is that really? Oh god.
If you've got a voice, you've got something to say.
Was that default dance Monopoly guy?
Deep breath. Let's show the world who we are.
Oh boy. Again, that's the MLP movie, the first one.
These are children. We gotta set them free.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, we know MLP's probably get talked about. I just don't know how much they're going to show in terms of the new stuff.
They can cut it to change people's heart.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is investor. These are for investors to look at, you know. They don't care how it looks, other than if it's going to make them money or not. I'm pretty sure. I think that's generally how it works. So, I'm not sure where we're going to go over here, but I think
Thank you for joining us today.
if we don't open up with MLP right away, I'll just put this to the side and keep an eye on it.
Our usual in-person experience and created a truly immersive event for you while we can't be together.
Do you know anything about the cast? No, I don't think we do.
Hasbro's differentiated advantage
I'm kind of curious how the voices will sound. I don't think we'll get that today,
Brand
though.
blueprint and
But
creating
you'll see.
opportunities for growth driven by our robust portfolio.
Growth, investors, have your money, I don't know.
Our
speak,
strategy
though.
enables Hasbro through
Doesn't
a
particularly
powerful
interest me.
global portfolio of approximately 1,500 brands. We not only have some of the most iconic
Okay, I'm just
IP
gonna-
that connects kids and families, but we also have properties with immense future potential that resonate with adults of all ages and fans.
Just want to wait until they move on to their first primary topic, and then I'll put this to the side.
And travel through to adults is a distinct advantage of our portfolio. We built our strategy with gamers, consumers, and audience insight at the center. And we strengthen this through our constant daily effort to understand active trends and dynamic changes taking place across the shopper journey, as well as through gaming and content consumption. We've embedded purpose in all that we do to align and direct our actions. Today, you'll see how we've simplified our structure to maximize our growth drivers.
Yeah, money, money, money. That's all I'm hearing right now, as well. And again, this was expected. We're only here just to see if they were going to reveal any new information about Gen 5. That's about it. I'm pretty sure none of us really care about the numbers here. It's not. This whole thing's not really for us.
And the connection it creates has never been clearer than over the past 12 months. And our ongoing investment in innovation drove growth across brands as well as both analog and digital gaming.
I think that's a misconception, by the way. 3D can do a lot if you do it right. It's just way harder. When you start to push the limits of 3D, it becomes far more technical. Also, we're just going to ignore that Hello Pinkie Pie cameo, by the way. Just don't need to acknowledge that.
We delivered more than $1 billion of revenue through e-com, a target that we'd set to reach several years out and successfully pivoted to execute against in the near term. We're building scale behind these trends to drive more profitable revenue and meet the needs of our consumers and audiences with innovation and creativity for a modern era.
Yeah, I'll be leaving this up in the background, like on my other monitor. I'll just keep an eye on it. I just want to know what their first main topic is going to be. This is literally a 3-hour presentation, 10 a.m. to 1. So, of course, I'm not going to have the whole thing playing on, throughout the entire thing on screen. And surely they're not going to talk about MLP for 3 hours, right? They have a lot to talk about. I just don't know when they'll be talking about what I want to hear.
Our newly appointed Chief Purpose Officer will share how we're putting our purpose, ESG, at the center of everything we do at Hasbro. We know ESG performance is an area of growing importance
3 hours.
and it has long been a driving force in our decisions. We have led our industry in areas like product safety, sustainability, human rights, and ethical sourcing, as well as diversity.
Yeah, that's what I expect too. Like, they'll probably just briefly talk about the new generation and then move on. I mean, Hasbro has a lot of stuff to talk about because of how many properties they own, right? They wouldn't just talk about one thing.
Embed this thinking in all areas of our business and across the organization. We have made tremendous progress, and there's more to do. Catherine will share shortly. We'll hear from other leaders who are running our businesses and how they're supercharging our blueprint. Chris Cox is here. Chris leads the team at Wizards, having joined Hasbro from Microsoft nearly 5 years ago.
Is this overview going to last like 10 minutes or something? I don't know. It's so dragged out. Nobody cares. I will keep an eye on it though. Put it here. In the meantime, I'll get back to work. What I plan to be working on today, I haven't even talked about this yet, but what I plan to be working on is making more background characters. I think I'll be working on the Minuet base, which is shared by a few other background characters as well, but Minuet's like the most well-known of the bunch that has the main style. So, I will be working on that. Yeah, I think I'll just have that on mute. I'll just keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on the visuals. I might as well link this if you guys want to watch this still for some reason, but there's a link to the Hasbro live stream. I'll just be warned, it's extremely boring. But if you want to keep an eye on it as well, you can do that. What's that song? Title should be on screen up here. Yeah, Lyra and Bon Bon are going to be in the crowd. They are in the crowd already. Like, that's actually already a thing in the original animation for the Magic Inside. Do I have this readily available? They're talking about Transformers. Hopefully I have this right here. They're talking about major pictures and shows right now.
Expand over time as new projects are greenlit. With streaming forecast to reach 1.34 billion users and $85 billion in revenue by 2025, Hasbro is uniquely positioned to produce content for any streaming service. We'll focus on Hasbro consumer products.
Okay, shut up.
Continue our growing plans to innovate.
Was not important. We should see them in one of the wide shots of the crowd from the front-facing side. I do not have the scene open in the background. It's taking a while to load up. Oh, thank you guys for the donations. Thank you. Yeah, I like the 3D G5 design so far. I mean, I have this slight nitpick of the eyes feeling a little too small, but that's fairly minor in my eyes. It doesn't seem like a too big of a deal. Otherwise, I like the general look of what we've seen so far, which is just one screenshot, by the way. The movie's just going to be a lot more than just one screenshot, so still a lot more to see. Anyway, there they are, Lyra and Bonbon right here. Do I have another tab? I do. We are going to observe the Wikipedia for references for the background character I'll be working on today. Would probably want to use Season 5 of Many Fences. Need a profile shot, front facing. This angle is probably good to look at as well. Yeah, I just talked about the design. I think I'm okay with it. Like I said, I only have one minor nitpick. It's just the eyes look a little bit too small in the for the 3D model, slightly. Just that's the only nitpick I have. Otherwise, I am okay with what I have here. Do I wish Whoopi had a season 10? I mean, sure. But I'm also happy the show ended at a high note, instead of just ending abruptly or ending on a sour note, or like a poor note, or a rushed note, or whatever. It had a good conclusion, so I'm also happy with that. Minuet's mane is going to be weird to do. It looks so strange at certain angles. Oh, wait. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Season 10 does exist in the comics. So there is technically that. Yeah, no, Minuet is Colgate. Colgate is the fandom name before she was named, officially. I still need to watch the Mythbusters last season. I haven't done that yet. Man, where has my time gone? This ankle could be useful. The yellow is from her QE mark, I believe. I mean, that's not unusual. That happens sometimes. Yeah, I haven't read the comics yet either. I probably should someday, but it hasn't been a huge priority to try to get a hold of the comics. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get songs in the new show, or even the movie. It'll definitely be different, but I still hope they are worth enjoying. Alright. One second. Okay. I'm pretty sure there's no real canonical explanation of why the ore colors are what they are. I'm pretty sure it's just picked to what matches or what looks the best for that particular character in their color scheme. I don't think there's any canonical reason they need to be a specific color. I mean, heck, the colors have changed over the years for some of the characters. Twilight being a prime example from Season 1 to Season 2, but some other background characters have had an inconsistency of aura color as well. So there's no indication that there's a tight rule set of what color they should be, as if there really should be one. It doesn't seem all that important. What are the other... hold on. Oh, there's the name. Cease Roll is the other prominent background character with this style. There we go. I have too many windows open to keep track of. I have to keep an eye on this stream for sure as well. So. No, that wasn't Big Mac, though. That was a different character with the same base, which is common in MLP. I don't think that was actually Big Mac. Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on the stream. There are a lot of numbers that they're going over, and not much else right now, so... It is what it is. It's the world we live in. So I'm just putting my glasses on and cleaning them up. Alright, no, I'm good. No, I don't need titles, that's fine. Seas. What's the theme of G5? Well, the instead of friendship is magic, it's that the title of Gen 5 is going to be every pony can make a difference. I think that's what the title is going to be. Yeah, I mean, it's apparently going to be quite a time jump. It's in the same universe, but Gen 5 is going to be like potentially hundreds of years in like the future. So anything could have happened for something like that to happen. Lots of possibilities and ways to go about writing a story like that. Again, I wouldn't judge the premise too harshly, because what matters is the execution, and we have no idea how they're going to execute that premise. Not a clue. We just know that's what their premise is. G5 is still in Equestria. Just, like, it's gonna be, like, way into the future, but it's still the same world. Or at least, roughly the same world. Obviously, like, the designs are getting overhauled quite a bit, but... Otherwise, like, the main 6 are part of the history of Gen 5. Like, they're, like, icons. They're... Yeah, part of the history of the world still. Let's go here, please. Let's have this on the side. I mean, it's not known how far into the future or what the status is for any of the main characters from Gen 4 are. There's a chance that some of them are still around. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, there's not much known information, so there's no way to know for sure. I can't say much. I don't know. The title of the song should be on screen. Let me check that's still working. Yeah, that's still working. Yeah, it's on the top of the screen. Just look up here. Applejack has a cameo, randomly. Right next to the gross margin bullet point. Seems fitting. Oh boy. If Twilight ever makes an appearance, she's likely not going to be voiced by Tara Strong. Likely. If she's voiced at all. Because from what I've heard, Tara Strong isn't involved with G5. Of course, this could be dated information, though. I mean, anything can happen at this point. Facing. Oh, yeah. G5 in general is going to be on Netflix. That's confirmed. At least in America. I don't know if that's going to change in other regions, but at least in America, it's going to be on Netflix. The movie's going to be on Netflix, and I think the show's going to premiere on Netflix as well, the TV show. So, yeah. Unless something changes, I believe that's what's happening. It is amazing how long these presentations can go of just talking about numbers. It is still just going off of like how much money they're going to make, and it's like, I get the idea. You think you can make money. I don't know. It's not interesting. Let me just go to center for now. No, they literally said they are going to be on Netflix. They decided to premiere the movie on Netflix. And also, I believe they said that for the TV show as well. But I know they said it for the movie. Movie is going to be on Netflix. I still don't know what's going on with that Hulu thing with Season 9, but that doesn't seem to have been a permanent thing. When's the preview coming out? I don't know. Yeah, I'm making new characters. Or, well, I'm not new characters. They are existing characters, but I am making versions of them for my model. Yeah, Flurry has a chance to still be around. I wouldn't be surprised. Out of all the characters, at least of the Pony Cat cast, I would imagine she will probably be the most likely to still be around. Wait, no, like shader. It's hard to get a great idea of the sense of scale sometimes. It's also not perfectly straight facing. The snout is slightly offset, which indicates the head is slightly rotated. But that's fine. You're working just with the mane here. And also my ears on my model are a bit bigger than show style, so I have to keep that in mind. This looks Okay. I don't think I got a good profile, did I? No, I didn't. I'll keep looking. Controller shapes? You mean for the rig? I haven't done that a whole lot. I've done it for a few bones, but yeah, I admit the readability for the rig of my model is not great for people who aren't already used to it. That's something I do want to address once I make a new public version of the model. That's not going to be for a while. No, I'm not going to look. Okay, here's my personal policy when I look for references for anything in FIM. I only look at references for like season 1 or 2 as a last resort, because the earlier seasons have more inconsistencies than the later seasons do for how things stay on model or not, right? So I just stick to the later seasons if I can. This might be a decent one. She is sitting down though. Might change it a little bit, but it's a profile of the other side, which would be useful, actually. It's just a little bit of an awkward angle. I don't want to correct for that. You'll see. I mean, I should probably download it anyway. That's different. Now, the main looks different from an angle now, too. What? I mean, she's moving, so I can't use the reference. Maybe this though. If the characters are moving, they aren't great references for the mains, because the mains are going to be moving when they move, so it's going to be misaligned. Yeah, I've seen Viva's animation. I did. Guess I'll keep looking around. It's just the Mending Fences is a great reference for these background characters. Twinkle Shine, Lemon Hearts, and Minuet, because of how prominent they are. And it's a later season too, so it tends to be pretty good, but for some reason she doesn't look to her side that much in this episode. Season 4 is acceptable. I can look at this. I don't think she makes too many appearances, though. Yeah, I'm looking for references. Currently making a different background character base model, and I need reference for that. So I just looked through the screenshots, the screenshot collection from the MLP wiki. This doesn't look right. What's going on with her mane here? That doesn't look correct. Yeah, it's miscolored. Huh. Has anyone ever noticed this before? Miscolored mane. I wonder if that's the color of her, of the other, pony that shares the same style. Yeah, it is. The Sea Swirl. It's the same blue. Looks like they didn't tick that box for all the parts of that rigging there. Anyway, I already have it front facing. I should probably look at Season 6 instead. Where's the root? Wait. Oh. The presentation looks like they are on break. They had nothing to talk about. That was interesting, by the way. My favorite background character? I could probably name one. I think Derpy is always going to be my personal favorite. She represents a lot of how the MLP fandom connected to the show staff and stuff like that. Because she's a result of the fandom, the initial fandom at least, noticing the animation error of that character, and it just turned into that character, that animation error. So it's kind of cool. I like it. Oh, it's already back. I'm not sure what that was. That was like a minute. Weird. Yeah, the Hasbro investor stream is, as expected, very boring. Money, 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 money. That's all that is. I don't care. I guess investors care, but that's not who I am. You're only watching it just to see if anything MLP related gets announced. And given the timing of everything, of the MLP movie, the CG movie getting details released just like 9 or 10 hours ago at this point, like, the timing just feels too coincidental. There's bound to be something here. Even if the stream doesn't end up having anything, though, there could be like trailers released around this time still that's not related to this stream. Trailers or previews or whatever. It's still a possibility, just perhaps not in this stream. Oh, they're going over their global revenue now. The big stuff. My goodness. Look at all that muns. Mun. Oh, God. Oh yeah, I forgot Moon Dancer made an appearance in the movie. Interesting. I don't think there's any good shots of anything though. There's like barely any opportunity for any of the background characters to show up in this. Minuet doesn't have any good close-up shots. She's just in the back, or gets like behind. Yeah, that you can't even see her. Oh man. I should probably look for Sea Swirl as well. It's the same main style. So I should probably do that. Oh, she does not appear in Season 9 that much. Alright, so we will do Sea Swirl. I need a space? Or dash? Space. Does she make an appearance in Slice of Life? I don't think she did. Or at least not prominently. No, that's not much of it. Slice of Life is always a good one to check because of how background character focused it is. Let's see. I don't need that. Just looking for profiles, especially of like the less commonly seen angle. Like this is like the more commonly seen angle. I'm looking for the other side as well. But background characters tend not to do this very much, so it'll be hard to find. That's why they need to appear more prominently for me to even find something like that. And Sea Swirl has not. Just Minuet. Well, Hasbro's talking about their properties now. Apparently they're talking about a mobile card game. I can only imagine what that's like. The gaming industry these days, I can only imagine. What am I character mimicking? I'm working on finding references for Minuet, and also Sea Swirl, because she has the same main style. Same exact one. I mean, it's not just Hasbro. That's just the nature of corporate meetings like this. That every company does this. Any publicly traded company does anyway. Alright. What? Wait, what? That's not Sea Swirl's main style. That's Lyra's main style. What the heck? Huh? That's not right. I know they're similar, but it's not the same. That's definitely... Alright. That's in the animated short, though. Maybe that was rushed or something. I guess that would surprise me. Okay. Might need to look at Minuet again. Might need to look closer. Especially at like earlier seasons. Hasbro's going over a lot of their mobile games. I should probably look at these individual episodes a bit closer. Yeah. Let's go up. Interesting catch, but it's not that useful. Toronto? Hold on, this might be relevant. This is the company that's working on the Monkey movie.
With deep relationships across the entertainment industry, global
this is probably still going to be boring, but it's relevant, probably.
We've created a powerful entertainment ecosystem where we tap into full franchise economics. Entertainment is no longer an ancillary part of Hasbro's business.
Here we go.
It's a key driver. We're supercharging Hasbro's brand blueprint.
Wait for a bit for them just to talk about numbers,
we're
but
able to expertly control the IP from end to end. With E1 on board, Hasbro is now fully owning the creative and monetization strategies of our content, which is different than what you might have seen and heard here in past years. In the next few minutes,
you know what? I'm gonna keep this over here still. They're still talking about numbers, and I will wait until they actually show something. Yeah, I know the volume's a bit low. It's not like you need to hear it anyway. Not right now, at least. It is incredibly dull. Let's hold him down, right? Yeah. What's that? Okay, I'm just gonna go back to Minuet. And look at season 4. Or I guess season 3 from 4. Right there. What got me into the fandom? I think I go over that in the FAQ in the description. G5 is going to be 3D for the movie. As far as I know, it's probably not going to be 3D for the TV show. Probably not. I don't think that's entirely confirmed, but I would hope it's not 3D for the show. I mean, I might just use this, but I don't know. It's close. I'm pretty sure I could get a good screenshot if I just look at the episode directly, because I'm pretty sure she lands back down and she's back in neutral. And get a good screenshot there. I can launch Netflix, but I don't think I want to do that on stream. Not gonna lie. Not really feeling that. Well, I got something. Oh, these are... yeah, I have to do this. Yeah. I did that. Back to this. Need denoising. Hasbro's bragging about being the #1 kids channel on YouTube. Of course. This is kind of a weird toe line. Hold on. Sure that.
Ponies, which will include a male pony for the very first time, and all ponies will be featured in the glorious CGI for the very first time. This reimagining will begin with the release this fall of the CGI.
Well, that'll be interesting to look back on.
Brand new cast of ponies, which will be released globally to Netflix's 200 million subscribers this fall. I can also announce today that this feature film will
It
be
is
followed
trailer
on
animation,
Netflix
though.
by a 44-minute special, a brand new
You'll see.
CGI series, as well as made-for-YouTube content, meaning a steady rollout of original content throughout
Okay, yeah, shut up.
2022.
Shut up. Okay. I knew it was going to be brief. I knew it. I don't think they're going to show anything else, are they? Yeah, okay. That is still movie style. We don't know what the show looks like still. That might not be until later. I think the show's going to be starting literally over a year from now. It's going to be sometime in 2022. So. It was brief. Yeah, I knew it was going to be. I knew it was going to be. It's an investor thing. I mean, at least we saw more characters. But I don't need to. I didn't get a good look at them. I barely remember what I saw, so I have to look back. I guess I'll do that later. I'll wait until this whole investor meeting thing is done.
Join you today from the Los Angeles set of The Rookie.
Oh, I don't care. Sure. I thought we could talk more about it. Okay. Alright. I'm going to be cautiously optimistic about this whole situation with G5 because, Hasbro is Hasbro, and I am fairly certain a lot of the executives and stuff at Hasbro don't really understand why Friendship is Magic worked so well for a lot of people. Granted, I'm specifically referring to the executives, the higher-ups, not necessarily the creative team. But the executives still have final say in what goes on with their franchises, so it's always good to be cautiously optimistic. Okay, what am I looking for now? Use the other side. I thought. Oh yeah, it's right here. It's not gonna be lined up perfectly, it looks like. I'll have to deal with that. The stop motion shorts are fine, I guess. They don't have much substance though, which doesn't really interest me. They're just kind of cute one-off things, I guess. For me, at least. I'm really getting tired of like every time I look at the stream of the investor stream, they're always talking about the numbers. Why did I shook my window and it wiped everything away. All my windows are gone. Okay. Where's my chat? I just wanted to emphasize what I was showing there. Whoops. No, this is it. Okay, but yeah, every time I look at it, it's just a bunch of numbers. They just talk about their numbers. There's nothing interesting. But I need to keep an eye on it. You never know if anything else is gonna show up. Whose art is that? That is Mirrored Seas. Mirrored Sea. One of my favorite fandom artists. Well, where are my other refs? Just bring them all in. To the side. There you go. Seven, eight. How to get my hopes to be a flat shape? I don't know how to answer that question because I don't know. I just model it to be flat. I guess I don't know. I don't know how to specify how I did it. It's just part of the modeling process. You can't rewind in this stream yet. They'll have a recording of it, I think, eventually, but if I link it to you, you cannot rewind yet. Oh. There was a new screenshot revealed. I don't think this was in the stream. Hold on. Hold up. Oops. This is new. So, this is Sunny, and this is Izzy. I really like how her mane looks, actually. Looks really nice in 3D. There's still something about the eyes, still, for me. I'm going to have some time to get used to that. She looks fine, honestly. But I don't know. Like the stallions look a little weird with the eyes still. Could just be me. Alright, let me see if there's anything else. Not yet. I had the stream minimized. Hold on. Where is this screenshot from, by the way? Does anyone know? This wasn't in the stream. I don't think I've seen... I saw this. It was just the little preview animation with the white background. Oh, I just noticed the wings. I'm curious how they did the wings. That'll be interesting to see how they look in action. Wings are not my forte. I've struggled with them before. This was leaked? Interesting timing. Are you sure this wasn't like official somewhere? Or are you just speculating? Because I imagine this might have come from somewhere official or from some sort of news article, just like the other screenshot we had earlier. This one right here. Yeah, it's the tennis ball. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can get a decent idea of her personality just from the screenshot, to be honest. Yeah, I already saw that animation. Yeah, it's also kind of low quality GIF, so I don't want to refer to this too much. I need like a higher quality. Did I miss anything on the stream? I've not been paying attention to it. I've been just looking at other things. Okay. Oh yeah, of course it's way better than Hello Pinkie Pie. At least you can tell that there are people behind this that know what they're doing, at least, artistically speaking. I am still cautiously optimistic about like the potential storylines and stuff, but we'll see. Yeah, this is the Gen 5 movie style. The TV show will likely be a lot different than this. No, these are definitely not exactly like my wings. They don't look like they're faking anything to me. But again, this is not a great angle to look at them. This is the best angle we have, and it's quite small on screen, and it's foreshortened a bit, so it's hard to get a good idea of what it's doing, how it's constructed. You know, what is this place anyway? There's a gigantic, apparently electronic elevator, which I guess, I mean, this is the future. Like, it's way in the future. In the same world, but... the main six are not going to be in G5, at least not directly. They're still canon. They still were part of the universe and all that, right? That's all but confirmed at this point. It's just, we know that this is like way in the distant future, and most of them are likely no longer around, you know? Twilight might be an exception, but I doubt it as well. I don't know. I don't see them making a prominent appearance. Maybe in flashbacks, if anything. Is it too realistic looking? In a way, perhaps. In a way. If the eyes were a little bit bigger, it might help quite a bit, but... This is the modern era, yeah. I mean, are you referring to, like, the modern era in universe where like they have like technology and stuff, because that's probably the case. I don't know how like relative it would be to our modern day. I don't think like smartphones and things would be make an appearance here. At least I hope not. I really hope not. But you never know with Hasbro. They already did that with friggin' Pony Life. And that I really dislike that aspect of Pony Life. It's one of my least favorite aspects, not gonna lie, is how they modernized the universe. Ugh, that makes me more upset than it probably should. I'm gonna have to like stare at these for a while, just to soak it in, so I can think of more things to say, because I don't want to just spew out too much first impression nonsense, because that's not usually entirely fair. Okay. There's a GIF of the movie? Where? The designs lack personality? That's not what I would say. No. No, I wouldn't say that. Let me look at the Discord again. No, I'm not seeing anything new yet. I'm scrolling down still. No. Okay. I mean, that might just be referring to the white background thing from the meeting that we already saw on the stream, so that's not new. I mean, the electricity's already established anyway. The electricity's already been a thing. Friendship is Magic, prominently, actually. Just not digital technology. There's a few exceptions to that, but for the most part, like Friendship is Magic just has had analog electronic technology at most. Like even with the magic inside, the stage lights are obviously lit by electricity, right? There's also like a set of speakers on the set as well, right? Let's see, a set of speakers, spotlights. It's just not digital, and there's also the technology isn't also like that prominent, but it does show up every now and then. Yeah, DJ Pwn 3 also is a thing. Don't forget about that. Question daily? I can check it. Yeah, there's nothing new. Okay. I mean, I can look back at it now, I suppose, but it's in a GIF. It's kind of compressed looking, so I'll wait. Yeah, Manhattan has screens. I mean, you can have screens that are analog. It doesn't necessarily have to be digital, but yeah. I think the only thing that has appeared on the show that would have to be digital for it to be reasonably possible is it was in season 2 where like Button Mash made an appearance and he was like on an arcade machine, which has never made another appearance since. Like, there's never been any other arcades like that. So yeah. Oh, Question Daily received exclusives. Okay, so that's what that happened. Okay, got it. Okay. And we also have confirmation that the TV series is also going to be on Netflix. In case that wasn't already confirmed before, that's been said now as well, right here. Yep. You know, it's kind of hard to work when I'm looking into the stuff, it turns out. I haven't gotten much done. Oh, man. Of course. Let me put this back on screen, might as well. I mean, I'm not doing anything right now. Yeah, that's an elevator. It's I mean, again, electricity has already been part of Friendship's magic. And elevators can be done through electricity, which is already established. It doesn't have to be digital. Digital is something that has not been established yet, but it could very well be part of this universe, given that it's far in the future, but yeah. My day's been a little weird, not gonna lie. I feel I had the motivation to work, but now I'm just like so focused on trying to figure out what my thoughts are on this. I'm still incredibly curious how the TV show is gonna look. So because here's the thing, even if the movie has oh god. talking about Fortnite. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Okay, if the movie has any sort of visual problems that you may have, there's a chance that it may not be present in the TV show because it could be a very different style, given it's probably going to be 2D animated instead. Probably. Unconfirmed, by the way. I don't know for sure. What is this? What are you referring to? Are you referring to this thing on screen? That is a screenshot of Generation 5 of My Little Pony. From the movie that's coming soon. I haven't seen Raya yet. I probably should see what that's all about. I mean, the bedsheets are not great things to go on. The only thing the bedsheets really provided were the character designs. The art style did not line up with what we would expect. But the character designs did. At least. Hold on, let me bring something up again. I want to remind people that on this bed sheet, there's a few occurrences of illustrations that were not the style of these larger illustrations. This is clearly done by a different artist. If the TV show looks like this, I would be perfectly okay with it. It looks... I mean, the shading and coloring is obviously bland because it's a product. It's merch art. But the illustrations are at least very, very strong. I don't know if the TV show's going to look exactly like this, though. But this style I'm definitely more okay with so far than what I've seen from the movie. I have a hard time explaining it in words right now. I'm still processing a lot of what's going on in my head. So I'm sorry, I don't have much to say yet. I don't have... Okay. I want to be clear, I'm not saying I hate the movie style or anything. It's more so, I'm just not sure what to think of it yet. As time goes on, I'm not sure if I'm going to like it more or not. Oh, are they talking about that right now? Did I miss MLP stuff on the this stream? I might have. There's so many things I have to keep track of now. Maybe I should wait until like tomorrow or something to keep working, because obviously I'm just far too distracted. Like I can't get anything done. Oh yeah, also my music wasn't showing up on the top there. That should be fixed now. Probably. These aren't leaks. This isn't a leak. This is an exclusive screenshot sent to Equestria Daily, I believe. I mean, I don't care too much about the products, honestly. Unless there's like a more official like TV show style art or something shown, then I have a hard time caring about the actual toys. The Orange Union? I have no idea what you're referring to. Yeah, I know. I've seen it. I'm not gonna post the GIF right now. It's too low quality. It's too low quality. It's hard to judge. Wait until I can get a better look at it with the full resolution. Orange unicorn. What? What orange unicorn? I don't know. There was no new orange character in the finale. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Luster Dawn was pink with an orange mane, right? I'm misremembering that. I'm pretty sure she wasn't orange though, right? But all the other characters that appeared seemed to already be known, besides like Little Cheese and Big Macs and Sugar Bell's Kid. So I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, it looks like Scootaloo. I mean, that's just the colors being similar. I mean, that's just because the colors look similar doesn't mean it looks like them. In my opinion, it's just the colors happen to line up a bit to me. It's the same situation with like a Smolder and Scootaloo having similar colors. Yeah, the eyes are still weird for me. That's the main thing I'm getting hung up on, is the eyes. I think the hooves look fine. I don't have an issue with how they look, personally. The overall look and like rendering of this screenshot here is great. It's still just the eyes for me. That's it. I guess her tail's not touching the floor completely. It's not flush. I guess that's kind of an error. It's kind of floating there. It's a little weird. I guess I found another nitpick. But that's pretty minor. But still. Oh, it's not nearly as... Oh. Art. We got new art here. Oh. Oh, there's more. Oh, God. Okay. There was a bunch of merch there that looked pretty similar to that bedsheet in terms of art style. Yeah, it's on a that animation is on Equestria Daily if you want to look at it. It's a fairly low quality GIF though. Yeah, I definitely like Izzy the most so far visually. Like out of all the characters on screen right now, I think Izzy by far looks the best. Yeah, that's the same issue for me. The eyes do feel a little small for me. Like, it's the main thing I'm hung up on. There are a few other things that might be worth criticizing too, but that's really, really, really nitpicking. And it's not something I would get hung up on. It's mostly the eyes for me, so. Izzy's the unicorn right here. Right here. With a very colorful mane. The lips are fine. Now the lips are fine. It's fine. I don't know. Hair looks a little strange? In what way? To me, the hair looks pretty good. Like, the only thing I noticed about the hair being a little weird is that the tail isn't actually on the floor. It's sort of just hovering there. I think it's possible that could be a technical limitation with whatever method they're using to animate and pose the hair. That I can only imagine. I have no idea what the best approach would be to pose actual hair particles. That's sounds really annoying to me. I think no. I don't know. I don't mind Sunny's main style. Sunny is the one right here, the orange one. Sunny, it's still the eyes. It's still the eyes for me. I think things like the mane, the eyebrows, the mouth, things like that are fine. Just something to get used to. It's just the eyes for me still. This is something I really need to just sit down and think on. Because I can't say much more than that right now. The new male is Flash Sentry 2.0. Oh boy. I have no idea. I mean, his first impression, for me, is kind of weird. He's just kind of all smug-like. I don't know if I like that, but that's more of an issue with characterization than the actual visuals. I'm gonna hold my judgment for characterization stuff until later. Yeah. I mean, it's fine if you prefer mine and all, but just keep in mind that my models are meant to imitate the style of the G4 models. Generation 5 should be its own thing. It shouldn't be the same as G4 in terms of visuals. Otherwise, what's the point of it being a new generation? Did it have to be this different? Well, that's debatable, though. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't like change. No. I try to minimize that as much as I can. Because things, like, again, I've referred to, like, the hooves, the eyebrows, the mouths and stuff being different. I didn't express distaste or dissatisfaction with them. It's just, I know they're different, and it's something I have to get used to first. I would prefer to judge it after giving it some time to think on, to get used to. Because this is a pretty drastic change in art style. It's very, very drastic. Change isn't always bad, though. That's the thing. Just do one hair at a time for posing? Yeah, not only would that be extremely tedious, but the results you're gonna get from manually posing hair while also animating them at the same time is not gonna work out well. It's gonna look horrible, and it's gonna be a huge waste of time. I know you're not serious about that, but I just thought I'd say that. Yeah, like I said, I think the hooves are fine. It's a change that I can get behind, because it's not necessarily unexpected or unnatural from what you expect from, you know, ponies in general, right? They have hooves. They're just more visible and more pronounced. They're different. And being different isn't bad in of itself. The hooves are fine for me. It's just, I suppose, maybe it's just I have a really close connection to how the G4 characters look. Especially because I've tried to imitate their style for years with my own models. Which is probably partially why I'm getting hung up on it. I'm just extremely biased towards the G4 faces. More so than I probably realize. Yeah. I do want to see more stuff from this. We only have 2 screenshots and a preview animation with just like a plain white background, and that's it. With some other things about like the detailing of, or sorry, the characterization of some of the characters. I don't know about the male main character yet, but it's just a preview animation, so I can't judge it too harshly yet. Oh yeah, the ears are really cool. I like how they did the ears. They look pretty neat. I like it. I like the ears. I really like how the manes look. I really wish I could pull something off like this with my own style, but it requires me to actually use hair simulation, and I can't get that to work well enough for me satisfactorily in Blender. I would love to figure that out someday. I just don't know how. It could just be because Blender's too limited. There's too many technical problems with Blender for me to pull off this kind of effects. I mean, it could work in a static render, but the main issue with hair simulation is mostly with animation. Getting it to work in motion. That's harder. Way harder. Lip sync could kill this. I don't know about that. The make it or break it aspect for me is the storytelling, which we still don't know a whole lot about other than the premise. And judging the storytelling based off of just the premise alone isn't fair, because you don't know how they're going to execute it. What matters is how they execute the storytelling, and we don't know how they're going to do that yet. The main issue. Yeah, okay. Yeah. The mains are great. I like how they look. It's just a reduction tactic. The tennis ball? Yeah, that... Maybe they just put it on her so that she wouldn't poke anyone's eye out or something. That would be kind of funny, but also sad at the same time. Just because a character shares the same color doesn't mean they're related. At all. It's just coincidental. At best. Usually, at least. Philly Fantasia has its own distinct look. I'm not too huge on it either, and frankly I'm not too into that franchise as a whole anyway, but I do see a lot of that comparison being brought up, and I personally don't see it too much, other than perhaps the eyes, I guess, but still. I don't know if that's the same way either. Oh, referring to cutie marks? I think there's a cutie mark right here, right? It's barely visible. You can barely see it. Now, it wouldn't be surprising if they just didn't have cutie marks at the start of the movie, because based on what the premise says, the magic of of Equestria as a whole is just not there, and cutie marks are linked to that. So I guess they're just not going to be there as long as there's no magic, I guess. Would Generation 5 can have dark storytelling? I mean, maybe. I doubt it's going to go as far as you might think. Though it is understandable, because the premise does suggest that they are going to go into topics that are pretty deep. But that's only a suggestion. I don't know how deep they're actually going to go. There's no way to know until we actually see the story, how they execute it. I went into G5 expecting the main six to not be there at all. In fact, up until until the past few days, I was expecting G5 to just be a complete reboot. Like, it would be completely unrelated to G4 in terms of setting and stuff. But that is clearly not the case. However, it's still quite different. Do they have confirmed names? Some of them do. This one on the right is Sunny. This one on the left is Izzy. I think the full name here is Sunny Star Scout? Right? Sunny Star Scout. Which is an interesting last name, I suppose. I don't know what Izzy's last... or if she has more to her name or not. I'm not sure. The other Pegasus pony we've seen is right here in the merchandise. We haven't seen her in 3D yet, but based on potential quote-unquote leaks, I mean, to be fair, the leaks that we're pulling this name from has been correct for the most part, but at least part of her name is Pip. There's probably more to the name than that, because from what I've heard, it's also probably just a nickname. But yeah, Pip. That's her right here. Is there a release date? Yes. The movie's coming out in September this year, and the TV show is sometime in 2022. I assume spring 2022? I would assume. I think. Maybe. Is there still a Ponyville? No idea. There's not that much known about it yet. Nothing confirmed anyway. By the way, there's a Q&A coming up with that investor meeting. Their whole presentation's done, but it looks like they're holding questions. However, I'm pretty sure it's mostly going to be investment-related questions. But I guess I'll keep an eye on how that goes. You never know what they might talk about, but the thing is, I don't think the executives would be the best people to ask how the plot or the storytelling is going to turn out. They're more people to answer questions related to the financial state of the company and stuff like that, which I just don't care in the slightest. It's, you know. What's the name of the unicorn? This right here is Izzy. I don't think we have an expanded name. We know Sunny's full name. It's Sunny Starscout. But we just have Izzy for her right now. There might be more to it. Will this make me money? Hasbro says yes. Good. Yeah, that's. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes down that route. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it, but you know what? No, I don't. If anything gets answered, I think I'd rather just look at it later. I don't want to just watch a bunch of or listen to a bunch of probably really, really dull questions. I would just leave this on in the background. If in case something visual comes up, but I'm pretty sure most of this Q&A thing is going to be audio only. Let me know if anything comes up that's related, but I'm not going to listen to it right now. What is the background music? Is the title not? Yeah, it should be right here. I have the title of the music currently playing that right here in the top bar. Yeah, it does kind of look Canterlot-like, but it also looks like the home of Pegasi as well, potentially, because I mean, it could just be a skyscraper, I suppose, but it's we only see clouds out there, and we also have Pegasus guards, so I would be inclined to agree that G4 will always be the generation that will be the most popular overall. I don't think they'll ever reach that height again, no matter what they do. They got really lucky with that. This movie is nothing but a toy commercial? My Little Pony Generation 4 is also a a toy commercial. You could argue that too. But it would still happen to be pretty good. Even if it's meant to advertise their toys and all, that's the entire point of My Little Pony anyway. It could still end up being good if the creative team behind it is able to create something good and also not have too much corporate meddling with how they tell their stories. Which is probably the most worrying parts for me. Especially after listening to some of this corporate speak, it just makes me realize what kind of people that run these companies. They just, care about the bottom line, right? You just get reminded of being cynical. But yeah, they care more about how much money it'll make rather than the creative integrity of something. And that's how most companies operate. They aren't leaving Generation 4. This Generation 5 is literally a sequel. It's a soft reboot at best, but it has continuity with Generation 4 already. That's already confirmed. It is not a full reboot in that way. Yeah. I think Emmylou probably did a pretty good job with the character design, honestly. I don't know how much influence she had with the 3D designs, but I am fairly certain that this gem right here is really fully Emmylou. Like, she did this drawing completely, and I really like this. This looks great. I don't think the voice cast has been revealed at all. That's for later, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, okay, well, let me be perfectly clear. I don't know for sure if Emmylou did this. But I have a pretty good hunch that it is. Pretty good confident hunch, I suppose. I have a good feeling about that. But I can't confirm that. I don't know how much Emmylou can say about how she worked on this series yet. I don't know yet. There's probably NDAs and stuff she has to make sure aren't still in effect. But it just, the reason I say it's probably her is because it just resembles her art style, and I've been following Emmylou's art for years at this point. It just looks like her art style in terms of the line art, at least. And also keep in mind, this is not the same as this. The bed sheets look horrible, in my opinion. These do not look good. But this is good. And this is upscaled. Like, this was upscaled using like an AI upscaler, which is why it looks a little bit smeary in some places, but it's way better than just zooming in on a bunch of pixels. There we go. Hasbro doesn't like drawing? I think that only applies for the movie, though. I'm pretty sure the TV show is still going to be 2D, but I guess that's still unconfirmed, if you don't know for sure. What animation program did they use for the movie? I have no idea. Not Blender. I don't think they could do this in Blender. Not yet. Blender's not good enough for it yet. At least for the hair. I'm pretty sure it's some other industry standard that's been used in a bunch of other films. I'm not sure what yet. Pixar and DreamWorks have their own proprietary software for this kind of stuff, and I imagine it's probably not going to be that. Good chance it's animated in Maya, but in terms of how it's being rendered and what kind of stuff they use for hair simulation stuff, I don't know. But yeah, that's all speculative. I don't know anything about this. I don't think Tara Strong is doing anything in Generation 5 right now. Based on what I've heard, Tara Strong is not involved. Didn't they say they're going to use Toon Boom? No idea. And honestly, if the information is old enough, there's a good chance things could have changed. The older it is, the less reliable the information is. The cast not being all female. What are you talking about? I don't think gender matters to me. Why would it matter? RenderMan? That's Pixar's thing. Yeah, that's what they use to render. They have a different piece of software for animating in Pixar, but RenderMan is what they use to render. I forgot what their animation software is called. I don't think it's fair to compare the seriousness of anything compared to G4 with so little information we know about Generation 5 right now. That is completely subjective, by the way. Applying to Dude Horse there. That is your opinion, that's fine. But I don't think you should take that as a bad sign just because it doesn't line up with your preferences. It's not entirely fair. We don't even know if Twilight's ever going to make an appearance in Generation 5 other than just cameo appearances or perhaps even flashbacks, but yeah, we don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's some things about the art style I want to see more of, especially when it comes to the TV show itself. The movie is going to be a one-off thing, for as far as I can tell. They won't be making another one, probably. At least not for a long time. So most of Generation 5 is going to be the TV show, and we still don't know what that's going to look like. And that's probably going to be more important in the long run. So I'm fairly curious what that will look like. You just probably won't see it for a while. Especially since the movie's coming way before the show starts. Like, almost half a year, probably. Generation 5 is going to be entirely in Netflix. That's already confirmed. At least in America. I don't know if that's going to change based on region, but they've said that Netflix is where they are going to be premiering the movie as well as the TV show. Those old Main 6 redesigns were fake? I know what you're referring to. I wouldn't say that. That could still be real. Just not... Just because an old leak didn't end up being part of the final product doesn't mean it wasn't real. They could have just chosen to scrap everything they did there. I've heard the exact opposite. I heard Lore... what am I saying? Lauren Faust would be... would have encouraged Terra to be Twilight, not the other way around. That's contrary to what I already heard, so I don't know which is true. Another good thing about not being on TV is there's likely not going to be a bunch of early leaked episodes airing in certain obscure regions, constantly airing episodes early. That's been a huge problem with Friendship is Magic for the last 3 seasons. It was a huge problem, constant problem to deal with, trying to avoid spoilers and everything. That was pretty annoying to deal with. But if everyone is waiting on the synchronized Netflix releases, then that's not going to be an issue. As long as the release dates are the same across all regions of Netflix. I don't know if they're going to release one episode at a time, or maybe a few episodes at a time. It would be a little weird trying to watch the entire season if they release it all at once. That would be very uncomfortable, because you'd probably have to binge watch it to avoid spoilers. And not everyone can do that. How about this? Let me shrink you down. Sure. Izzy is the unicorn. I like her the most right now. Based off of the official 3D stuff. Yeah, I don't think you just buy a Netflix subscription and you get everything Netflix has in your region. I don't think you have to buy anything else. I think Disney Plus is different in where you have to buy a subscription for Disney Plus, and then there are still things you have to buy within Disney Plus. I don't think that's how Netflix works. I know that's not how Netflix worked for like the past decade. However, that might change. I don't know, but based on what I know, I don't think that's what Netflix does. Oh, let me get this out. There we go. I don't know why I would be concerned that it's on Netflix. I don't know. I don't see why I would be worried. Yeah, if you use a VPN, you can get around region restrictions for streaming services, at least from what I've heard. So there's that, I guess. How's Hasbro stream? It's just people answering questions. I don't have the volume up because I honestly don't care about the investor Q&A thing. I doubt they're going to ask any questions that's related to this topic. They're probably just going to ask a bunch of financial related questions that no one here is going to care about. I don't know about the Witcher series. What was the issue with The Witcher? I've never seen it. I just know that it was on Netflix, I think, right? I don't know, I just... Where's Leafeon? To be honest, I don't think there's room for Leafeon right now. I could just... I don't know, I guess I can bring it back. There you go. Yeah, that works. That's fine. Don't like the angel wings? The thing about her is that, based on the information I know, I talked about this earlier too, but I think these white wings are unique to her in some way. It's not... Oh yeah, also... By the way, we actually have confirmation that the wings are not white for everyone. So, yeah, it's unique to her. Look at that. The confirmation right there. The fact that it's unique to her makes me like this idea more. That she has unique wings like that. How long do I plan to stream? I have no idea. I never have any real idea how long I'm going to stream. I just know that I'm just sort of just soaking in all this new information at this point. There's no way I can focus on working at this point. I have too much to think about. I didn't even get started modeling. I just found a bunch of references for Minuet, but I never got to modeling her yet. Eh. Izzy's horn isn't white, but it is a different color than her coat. It's like a bluish color rather than pink. So, or I guess sort of like a purplish pink, I guess. At this point, we're just talking. I don't have... There's no way I can focus on doing work right now. I just can't do that. Too much to think about. I can't focus. So we're just talking. But there is a lot to talk about. Tennis is canon? What are you talking about? No, I did not make this. This is official from Hasbro for the new upcoming movie. And I guess people might mistake it as mine, I guess, but keep in mind I'm not involved in anything official. I am still independent. I do my own thing for My Little Pony. I'm just a fan creator. That's all I am. I had nothing to do with this. Not a single thing. No, I don't know when a trailer's coming out. No idea. Where did I find the images? These were on Equestria Daily. Equestria Daily got an exclusive screenshot of the film, which is what this is. Yeah, there is a tennis ball hole in her horn. Yeah. That's kind of funny to me. I just wonder what the context is for that. Would I work for them if I was offered? I never know for sure how to answer that question. I've answered it both ways before. The thing is, I get pretty dang cynical when it comes to big corporations and how they care more about the bottom line compared to creative integrity. That bothers me a lot. And that would be the main reason for me to say no to something like this. Because that's something I would fear a lot, especially with a company like Hasbro, you know? It's... yeah. I don't know. I mean, it would be cool. It'd be a great learning experience too, for sure. It's just... at the end of the day, I care most about the creative integrity of what I do. More than anything. However this movie is going to turn out, I just hope the TV show looks like this. Because I really like how this looks. I went over this before, but I still want to reiterate. The style found on these bedsheets, not these. These are not great. But this here, I really, really like. And if the TV show looked like this, I'd be all on board with the art style. Looks really nice. I just can't wait to see if the TV show looks like this at this point. That's what I'm most excited about at this point, in terms of what to look forward to. Normally I would question why people would just be, like, that many people, almost 200 people are just watching me answer questions and like talk about this. I'm not even doing anything. But I guess this is a pretty big moment for the franchise, right? So I guess it's fairly important, right? probably why a lot of you are sticking around, even if I'm not doing much. Yeah, I mean, we don't know for sure if the show is going to be 3D. I've spoken about why I would really not want the show to be 3D. The TV show. The movie is fine as 3D. Like, that's fine. But the TV show, in case... I've talked about this in a few videos before, I think, right? But for those that don't know my stance on that, the problem I have with TV shows being 3D is that it becomes very, very, very difficult to make the TV show look good in 3D when you have a TV show budget. And when you have to make, like, how many hours of content per season? Per year? That's a lot of 3 animation, a lot of 3 asset creation, lots of rendering. That's a lot to do. There's gonna have to be a lot of shortcuts taken here and there, right? So, if it's 3D, that would have me really worried. It'd be amazing if they could pull it off, though, but I won't lie, I would be extremely worried if the show's 3D. The movie being 3D is fine, though, because it's a one-time thing, and it's also something that would naturally have a higher budget to sustain that. Yeah. Sonic Boom, I do not like how it animates. The TV show, anyway. The Sonic Boom video game on the Wii U was animated better than the show. And that game sucked, but it was animated pretty well. The TV show, not so much. And that's the kind of animation I'd be worried about for a 3D TV show. Continues to worry about the Royal Guards if they, continue to act like that in G4. Yeah. That is gonna be like an ongoing meme or something. They're just gonna be like incredibly incompetent at what they do. Be complete pushovers. I'm pretty sure this character already has a cutie mark right here. It's barely visible because of the angle, but it looks like there's a mark there. What other stuff am I invested in? I like Pokemon a lot, at least some of it. Recently that's been shaky, but yeah, Pokemon's a pretty big passion, especially when it comes to Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Let's see. There's not many other things, to be honest, because I'd like to focus on a small group of things that I can get very, very passionate about. I like speedrunning. I haven't done that in a while, though. I speedrun Rayman Legends. That was a great time. Well, I used to, anyway. Such a fun speed game. So great. But there's not much else. Question Guilty? Wait, hold on. They have new stuff again? Let me take a look. mean, not really. No. Everything here is already known. I already seen everything here. Diamond Pro remakes. I am extremely cautious about any new Pokemon mainline game at all. Like I really don't like the direction the mainline series has gone. And I've gone over that a while ago. I don't know if any of you Pokemon fans recall, but I was also the person that did a lot of investigation in like how the 3D models relate to from Sword and Shield to the 3DS games, comparing them and seeing how similar they are. But for the record, they're pretty much the same. I was a big part of that aspect, trying to figure out exactly what changed and what justified a bunch of Pokemon getting cut, and like basically no improvements being used to compensate for that. And it's like, ugh. I don't know. Pokemon's in such a weird state for me. So I'm just cautious. I was about to say cautiously optimistic, but I'm not even that optimistic. I love Diamond and Pearl. Diamond and Pearl is my favorite series of games. Diamond and Pearl Platinum, Generation 4 of Pokemon. Love it. I love that generation of Pokemon. But I am extremely worried they're just gonna just mess up my favorite generation, you know? I don't think they're gonna make another Heart Gold Soul Silver. Heart Gold Soul Silver clearly had a lot of care and attention to detail compared to most other future games they released. Generation 5 was pretty good in terms of that, even if people didn't like how the storytelling was told, but they at least seemed like they cared about what they were doing. I don't know. Ever since they went 3D, it kind of changed for me. Which is, I guess, ironic, because I'm pretty big into 3D. But, and I also like a lot of the 3D models they've made. It just happened to be around the time they went 3D with Pokemon that I just started to notice a change that made me want to stop getting into Pokemon. Anyway, yeah, that's that tangent. Oh, this is off screen again. I want to keep this on screen. This is important. This is important. Don't want people to forget about this. The new toy line, I've already seen that, and I also don't care. I don't care about the toys, not even slightly. The only time I might care is if like names get revealed or if new designs of characters get revealed, I guess, but it didn't look like it. Trying to catch up with chat here. Give me a minute. If G5 had the same characters as G4, what would I think? I mean, I wouldn't mind some of the characters returning if they could make that work, but I also wouldn't mind either way. As long as the storytelling doesn't get sacrificed for pandering or whatever, then I'd be okay with it. These guards are usually guarding royalty of some kind. In Generation 4, they always were present at the Council Palace, and always guarding the princess. Oh god, the throne room. Yeah, there you go. I was can't think of words. They're always around that area, protecting the princesses and stuff. So I'd assume they'd probably still be in that role. Is he Moonbow? Okay. I don't see the bow in that, but hey, it's a nice name anyway. I like it. Yeah, I've seen the other stallion. I don't know how I feel about him yet. He seems pretty smirky. Oh no, smug. He seemed pretty smug in that animation. I don't know if I like that characterization, but you'll see. The thing is, I'd rather reserve judgment until we see more. And especially, at least watch the movie and see how his character might change. For the better, perhaps. You'll see. Yeah, I like the hair. The hair in the manes and tails look great. The only nitpick I had with this screenshot is that this tail was not on the floor. If you look closely, it's kind of just hovering there. It's not touching the floor. So it's not posed quite correctly. I have no idea what the royalty of Equestria is going to be in Generation 5 right now. That is probably a secret, intentionally, to be revealed later. Because I'm pretty sure that's going to be pretty relevant to the plot of the entire premise that was provided. Because whatever's causing the chaos, I'm not going to get too far into it, but it's just to prevent too many spoilers from being shown, or at least being told, I guess. But yeah, whatever is happening in Equestria, I'm not going to say what, it's likely caused due to the leadership, and the leadership has probably changed at this point. It's probably not Twilight. I think that's all I'll say based on what I know. Imagine having democracy in G5. Oh man. I have no idea how political this G5 is gonna get. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be very strange. If it even goes that route, I don't know. The premise suggests it might touch on some things, but I don't know how they're gonna execute it. I don't know how much they're going to address. You'll see. Again, it's just a premise. They can execute it in many, many different ways. And we don't know exactly how they're going to go about it yet. Yeah, you might be right about the Izzy name being a bit too human-like, but I still think it works for her. I like the name. I've seen that animation. I've seen it. Did they upgrade that GIF yet? No, they didn't. Luster Dawn would be interesting, but I think the time jump is going to be pretty big. I'm pretty sure even Luster Dawn might not even be around. who knows? I don't know. Nothing's confirmed, but it just seems like the time jump's going to be pretty significant. Flurry Heart, that's likely. I would say that's likely. Maybe. She's an extremely young Alicorn born. Yeah, I don't know. Would she live this long? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, Izzy's by far my favorite character that, at least in terms of looks, in 3D. I like her a lot. There's not many problems I have with how she looks in this 3D setting, if at all. I mean, we don't know how Luster Dawn turned out anyway. Like, we don't have much to go on. Never know. It's going to be in Equestria. It's already confirmed. It's in Equestria in the distant future. So the main 6 are like part of the legacy of Equestria. They're part of the history. That's already confirmed. They're already confirmed to be canonical characters. But they're like characters that are like in the distant past now in Generation 5. Their legacy. Okay, let me be clear. I think I still like Pip a bit more. Mainly because she is drawn in this style that I really like. I'm assuming, by the way, that this is from Imalu, which is one of the artists that was fandom artist that was brought onto the team to help with character design and stuff. I really like how she looks here, at least in terms of the line art. But I was specifically referring to Izzy being my by far my favorite character that has so far appeared in this 3D setting. Pip, which is this character, has not appeared yet. She's only appeared on merchandise. That's it. The color schemes are different. They aren't like how Generation 4 did it. There's definitely a different take to the color palettes for the main characters. And the designs in general, too. They're not... The designs aren't as... what's the word? They don't immediately clearly state what like the personality of the characters are, I suppose. Which I don't think is inherently a bad thing. It's just the designs are a bit more complex. And not as, like, clear and obvious as, like, the G4 designs are. Oh, hello, Artyomny. Yeah, we're just chilling at this point. Just talking about what we've seen from Generation 5 movie so far. There's not a lot to go off of yet. There's only been 2 screenshots and 1 animated preview with the white background, and that's it. So yeah, Izzy's hair looks great. I love how Izzy looks. She's definitely my favorite character. I gotta keep saying that. She's my favorite character that's been shown so far in this style. Where did I get this? This is from Equestria Daily. Yeah, the where's the? Oh, it's right here. You just do this. This bed sheet was not very high resolution at first, as you probably know. So if you zoom in here, this is very low resolution, but someone upscaled the this low resolution image to something way higher, so that you can actually tell what's going on. And it's a fairly clean upscale, so it's pretty good to go off of. I really like how it looks. The bed sheets here do not look good, but this looks great. I love this. Why is there a tennis ball in the unicorn's horn? Who knows? There's no context given. There's multiple possibilities. My best guess is that someone put that horn on her just so that she doesn't poke someone's eye out. Probably. That's my guess. Could be anything, though. There's a GIF? Yep, I know. I don't want to look at it yet, though. I want to see a higher quality version of it. The GIF is too low quality. What do you... Question Daily has it. It's the third post from the top. Right now. Yeah, third post. Just scroll down a bit and you'll find it. I don't have a problem with the lips, to be honest. I mean, to keep in mind that in order to make lip syncing work in a convincing way in 3D, it's pretty important to have usable lips. Otherwise, you can't pose the face or the mouth in a way that would actually look correct for what it's being lip synced to. So, in my opinion, they need the lips, and I think they made it work well for what it is. If this might change when they go back to 2D, if they go back to 2D for the show, the TV show. We don't know yet if the TV show is 3D or not yet, though. I really hope it's 2D, though. I really hope it's 2D. An abnormally sharp horn? I mean, I suppose so. Based on everything we've seen so far, it looked pretty pointy. Usually, unicorn horns are also not really that pointy. They tend to have a bit of a round tip, but yeah. But again, that was the G4 design. You don't know if that's going to be the case with G5, so because again, these are overhaul designs. What the designs look like in G4 is probably not canonical anymore. It's gonna be different. We don't know the voice actors yet. We haven't even heard any voices yet either. We don't know. No. Okay. Her wings being white is probably unique to her specifically, because look, this guard has coat-colored wings. His wings are the same color as his coat. Completely. Like, this exact same. It is not a universal change. It is specific to her. Which is why I like it, actually. If it was a universal change, I'd be having similar thoughts, but it doesn't seem like it is. It seems specific to her. Or at least a subspecies or subrace or something of Pegasi that have these different wings. Please do not repeat questions. If I skip your question, that means I don't want to answer it. Or don't have an answer for you. Where did I find the photos? Equestria Daily. Equestria Daily, guys. That's where everything is right now. Yeah, Emilu is a really, really good artist. One of my favorites. And I'm pretty sure she did this right here. I don't know how much she was involved with the 3D design. I don't think she does 3D work directly, obviously. I'm pretty sure she's just an illustrator, but... I'm pretty sure she did at least the designs of the characters. I'm not sure if she directed the look of the 3D style. I'm not sure. I mean, all this is unconfirmed. She might talk about it some other day. I'm pretty sure she's under a bunch of NDAs, so she can't go into too much detail. But I'm pretty sure this here is her artwork, and I really, really, really like what this is. This looks really, really good. Yeah, character designer. That's the impression I have. Name again of the artist? Emilu. I'll type it out. There you go. That's the name of it. It's spelled out. You can find her stuff on Twitter and probably more prominently on DeviantArt. If you find her DeviantArt, you can find her whole catalog of art pieces in the past. I've been keeping my eye on the corporate stream. It's just Q&A still, and I don't want the audio on because I would just die of boredom. It would be so dull to just listen into this jibber jabber of whatever the heck this is.
Fan economy.
Economy. Yeah. Okay. Shut up. Yeah, that's why I like her wings being white. It gives her an angelic look. It looks very angel-like. I like the idea of that. Yep, what you're looking at on screen right now is Generation 5. The movie, anyway. We don't know what the TV show's gonna look like, but this is what the movie is. And you're only gonna get, probably only gonna get one Generation 5 movie. Probably, maybe, I don't know. But the TV show is probably gonna look a lot different. I would hope it looks something like this. I really like this style. I just don't know if it's going to be this. We don't know. No information yet. Just on the movie. You need to stop repeating your question, by the way. Especially that frequently. You gotta calm down. That's her wings, though. That's definitely wings. Definitely wings. Look at that. That's how her design is. That's been consistent between all these separate art pieces. Obviously, this style is not great, and I'm pretty sure that's just the style of the merchandise art. What's down here is definitely not the same artist as what this is. I do not like this at all in terms of the art style, but this I really like a lot. Like I said, if I have skipped your question, if I have not answered it, then I don't have an answer for you. I don't know. And I'm not going to answer every question that's in chat, otherwise I just drain my voice completely, and I would also become very repetitive. How are you? I don't understand how some of you don't see the wings in that. It's so clearly wings. She's a Pegasus. Looks like the investor event is over. I don't know if anyone here might have been listening in on any of those questions. The Q&A at the end there. I was not, because I didn't care. I was pretty sure they weren't going to cover anything I would care about, so I just didn't listen. But if anyone happened to listen to that entire thing and caught something interesting, please let me know. But how do I feel about the project having a smaller main cast? From what's been leaked, quote-unquote leaked, at least based on the information that is somewhat credible, kind of. It's going to be a full cast of 6, if not 5. It's not... I don't think it's going to be as small as it looks. It's going to be more, eventually, I think. I mean, if they choose to do a smaller cast, and that happens to be wrong, I wouldn't mind. I just want the show to be good. If the show at the end of the day is good, if we just ignore the movie, and just focus on the show, that's mostly what I care about. It'd be nice if the movie is good. It looks pretty good so far. Just a few minor nitpicks I can give, but otherwise, it looks fairly solid in terms of visuals. We don't know much about the story yet, but the visuals look solid. Yeah. That's why I had the event only in the background, because I sat down to watch through that entire thing of watching a bunch of dull investor number related things. I just don't care. No one cares, really, other than people that invest money into the company. Yeah, that's why I have this here constantly. I want to remind people that this is on the bed sheet too, and it looks really, really good compared to this stuff. Don't forget to look in the details. This looks way better than this by a long shot. I don't focus on her too much since it's not entirely clear what she looks like, especially given that her mane is not this solid color. She actually has a pretty prominent gradient. But, yeah. I focus on her more because she looks far better when upscaled. Well, no, it's already been confirmed that there's a male character that's going to be part of the main cast as well. It's already confirmed. It's at least 4. Probably more. Based on leaks, potential leaks that's been out there for a while. What's the name of that stallion revealed, by the way? The main character? I don't think I've heard a name of him yet. I guess I should probably just show the stallion. I don't like his characterization right now from that preview animation, but yeah, here it is. I just hope there's going to be more to him than what I'm seeing here. He looks like this. He's the main character. Not great detail. Yeah, it's still low quality. It's not a GIF anymore, but it's a 240p video. That's not great. We're gonna have to see something on higher resolution eventually. But yeah, that's him. He's incredibly smug-looking. I don't know if I like that yet. He looks like some jerk. Yeah, kinda. You'll see. I mean, again, he could change. His character can change as the movie progresses to something more, appealing. Yeah. You can see that stuff in the background too. Might as well just show this in case you guys haven't seen it, but yes, the main 6 is shown here. And it's very, very clear that Sunny is a big fan of the main 6. Clearly, the main 6 is canonical. This isn't just an Easter egg. Like, this is clearly to establish that the main 6 is still canon. Even though this is supposed to be the distant future. They're just like part of the legacy of Equestria at this point. Part of the history. No one could beat Bulk Biceps. Literally, yes, I would agree. Literally. Dumb jog type. Yeah, that's... I'm really worried about that character. Still. But that's all it is. It's just a worry. I don't want to make any too harsh judgments still. I just want to see how it turns out in the film in the end. It'd be a drag if he was just that brash jock dude for like an entire season of the TV show. I'd rather see if he changes during the movie. That'd be more ideal in my opinion, but we'll see. I don't know if it's been established that Celestia and Luna would actually live forever. It's just been established that they can live for a long time, at least. There's still flexibility in like changing something. Oh, so I should probably close Steam. I don't know why I just got that. Don't mind my like 6,500 hours in TF2. Let's put this aside. Do not disturb. Oh boy. He's not basically Knuckles from Sonic Boom. Honestly, I think I would prefer that. I would prefer that. He'd be really stupid, but I don't know, it'd be funny at least. Not annoying. More just stupid funny. I don't know. But I don't know if I would want a main character to be that stupid, though. I don't know. I'm not worried about the art style being drastically different inherently, because different isn't inherently bad. It's just something you have to get used to. I think problems that I might have with the designs would come up later once I've had time to get used to them. If problems I still have right now are still present, like a year from now, then it's probably a design problem, at least from my perspective with the character design and stuff. But again, I think it's only fair to give this time for me to get used to it, and I think everyone here should do the same, because it is a very huge change in art direction compared to Friendships Magic. It's very, very different. Has potential to be really good. You just need to give what's different a chance to grow on you, rather than just reject it immediately. Because that's not fair. That just means you have a closed mind and you don't want to try new things. Of course, I'm not saying you have to like it. It's just give it a chance to see if it grows on you. That's all I'm saying. You never know. I mean, eyebrows have been a thing in Friendship is Magic, but only on specific characters. Some characters have eyebrows. Moondancer has eyebrows. Coloratura has eyebrows. Finn Gallop has eyebrows. There's some other names I don't know off the top of my head. Nicofield and McColtz. A lot of those characters had eyebrows. There was that one crazy daughter from that one season 6 episode. What was it called? The names are coming slowly here. What's it called? Saddle Row Review. There you go. That's the one. Yeah, there's a lot of occurrences where characters have eyebrows in FIM. It's just not the default, basically. I got behind in chat. Dang, there's a lot here. Okay. Trying to catch up here, hold on. Will they bring humans back? As in like Equestria Girls? I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know when they would do that, though. I don't think they'll be doing that right off the bat, but it wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't be too into it either way, though. I'm not really that into Equestria Girls as is. Do I like them in motion? I haven't had a chance to have a good look at them. The only ones I've seen is a pretty low quality GIF or 240p video. I want to find a version of that isn't HD, at least at full frame rate. Where's the link to the Hasbro stream? I don't... Let's see. It looks like the page is down now. Yeah, the page is down, so that's I can't link it to you. It's dead. Dead link. Just keep in mind, linking things in chat doesn't work on YouTube. YouTube automatically blocks it, and I can't see it. You just have to tell me where to go to find it. Electricity has been prominent in Friendship's Magic throughout the entire series. it's not. I mean, it's been a factor. It's always been there, so. Let me take a look here. Oh, this might be good. Yeah, okay. Let me pull this up. So yeah, this is the animation. I don't know how I feel about the male character yet. His initial characterization at the start, where he's all smug, I don't know. I'm kind of over that kind of personality in any sort of cartoon or whatever. I'm over it. You'll see. I would need to see this on loop for a while to really pick up on anything to critique, though, to be honest. First impressions is that the actual animation work, that animation quality is fine. There's nothing problematic about anything I'm seeing here. I mean, it's done by professionals. I wouldn't be surprised. So, I don't know. It's not like Hello Pinkie Pie, where it's clearly done at a low budget with a low amount of staff behind it and all that. I could critique that all day if I wanted to, but the animation quality here is pretty good. I don't know what to say. It's really hard to say anything if it's already really good. So I don't know. Anyway, I gotta look at chat here. Look at chat. I'm gonna fall behind. Who are the new characters besides Sunny? So yeah, Sunny's here. This is Izzy. I don't remember what his name is. Oh, what's he named yet? I don't remember. I don't remember his name. And we also have Pip, which has only appeared in merchandise art. She hasn't appeared officially in any animation, but this is another main character. We only know her as Pip right now. There might be more to her name than that, though. Who is the character designer for this? It's a fan artist that goes by the name Imalu. Oh my god. Let me spell this out. Imalou. That's how you spell that. She's one of my favorite fandom artists. I trust her a lot in terms of how to do the character design, but I'm pretty sure she's not the only one in charge of final decision making, so. I would highly suggest that if you happen to have problems with any sort of character design aspect, don't put all the blame on her, and even then, it's not really mature to do that in the first place if something doesn't really meet your personal expectations. So please do not go too harsh on her. She doesn't deserve it. But I still think she did a pretty good job, all things considered. Oh yeah, that part of the animation at the end. Yeah. I can see where you're coming from with that. Might show it's just his smug attitude is just for show, maybe. Who knows? I mean, it's very, very brief, and it's also just a preview animation anyway, so. My goodness, I am falling so far behind on chat. Is it much better than Hello Pinkie Pie? Yes, it is significantly better than Hello Pinkie Pie in almost every single way. What's he wearing around his chest? Is that like a sheriff's badge or something? Or at least like the equestrian equivalent of one, maybe. Anyway. I still gotta catch up with chat. I don't want to fall too far behind. I'm probably still falling behind. So much to catch up on. Is the animation budget for this really high? It looks like it has a pretty good budget. It has the budget to pull off a really solid visual style. At least in terms of the rendering quality and shading and stuff, and material work and textures and everything like that. It's very, very solid. I have no complaints, really, in terms of that aspect. The very technical aspect of 3D rendering and stuff. It looks good. So yes. It's pretty clear they have a pretty good budget to work with. By the way, guys, I see a lot of people commenting about the Cutie Mark thing. I'm pretty sure part of the premise of the film is that Equestria has lost its magic, and therefore, with no magic, you have no Cutie Marks, because Cutie Marks is related to magic. It's probably why maybe the technology has sort of taken over. It's sort of like... It reminds me of that Pixar film that released last year. What's the name of it? I think... Let's look up. And if you try to correct me in chat, I'm not going to get to you for like another couple minutes, so give me a minute. Onward. There you go. Onward. Similar concept to that, probably, maybe. Still catching up to chat. I'm almost there. Don't worry. If I don't pay attention to chat for like a whole minute, I just fall so far behind. It takes me so long to catch up. You haven't seen Onward yet? I think it's a pretty good film. Perhaps not Pixar's best, but I still found some enjoyment in it. And I'm pretty much caught up now, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I think a good mentality to have when going into this is to give this style an opportunity to grow on you. And if it doesn't work out, then that's fine. I just fear that a lot of fans of Gen 4 are just going to be reluctant to change, especially when it's this drastic. Even if this change, this huge difference can still work. So, I would just encourage people to have an open mind. Didn't even notice the tennis ball. Yep. Kind of a cute little detail. I'm under the belief that tennis ball is only there because someone put it there deliberately to prevent her from poking someone's eye out with her sharp horn or something. I don't know. I would imagine it's something like that, especially given the context of the premise of the movie. If you haven't looked at the premise, there's a link in the description if you want to look over that. I won't discuss too much in detail about it because I don't want to spoil too much. Even though it's not too spoilery, but just in case you don't want to get too spoiled on the plot itself, I'll try to refrain from talking about it too much. But, yeah. What's the music in the background? The name of it is up here. Look at the top bar. It's up there. Yeah, it could be that too. Yeah. Joke about the horn being useless? I mean, without magic, maybe. Perhaps. Is there trailers yet? Not really. The best we have is this. And it's not really a trailer, just sort of a preview of some of the characters that are going to be appearing. The only thing I would want to critique is this character. I don't like his characterization too much, but I don't want to judge too harshly yet. Especially since this is sort of just a preview animation that they show to investors. So, just keep that in mind. This was shown to investors. It was meant for investors to see, not us. Or not any other consumer, really. It was purely intended to appeal to investors. Omni, are you sending your message prematurely or something? That doesn't seem like a complete thought there. It's been implied that Pegasi have magic that helps them fly, in a way. Maybe. I mean, I don't know if that's necessary. I don't know. It might be a little inconsistent there, actually, maybe. Yeah. There's probably some inconsistencies there. Yeah. I don't blame people for initially finding that odd looking. It does to me, too. Don't worry. I see where people are coming from. But it's important to not judge it too harshly initially, just because of how different it is. It just doesn't seem fair, because it just limits what you can change. Creatively speaking, it's so limiting. It's not fair. Oh, you're typing on an iPad? Mail list of make. Oh wait, hold on. Let me reread that. From what I've heard, there is going to be 2 main characters that are male, but that information was quote unquote leaked like ages ago, and that could be outdated at this point. Who knows? But we'll see. Don't know for sure. You only know 4 characters right now, and there's potentially 1 or 2 more characters to be revealed that are going to be in the main cast. Oh, you're trying to find that video? Wait, I'm going to link it. I'm going to link it in the chat. There's that video. You can find that there. Where did I get my background picture from? This is from Equestria Daily. Just check Equestria Daily. They're probably going to keep things up to date on their site if you want to stay updated on this whole Generation 5 thing. So yeah, keep an eye on that site. Looks like something I would model? Maybe. I mean, the thing is, modeling isn't my forte. Do you guys... Don't forget that my models took forever for me to build because of my lack of experience. This is a result of like 4 years straight of just work, of like learning the process of modeling and stuff. And part of that is rigging too, but yeah. When I first started making these models, I basically didn't know anything about modeling, and I just improved as I went on. So I don't know what my style of modeling would be, because I don't really have a established style besides from one thing I did. My specialty is more so in line with animation and rigging than it is modeling. Is that a train? Yes, it is. I live near a train track, and I also live near a small airport. So, yeah. You just get used to it after a while, don't worry about it. I mean, technology has always been a thing in MLP. Don't forget. MLP has always had technology in terms of, like, having electricity and stuff. Again, we have spotlights, you have speakers, we have DJ Pwn 3, or Vinyl Scratch. Literally having a bunch of technology at our disposal. So keep that in mind. It's not out of place. It's not completely unexpected for technology to evolve as you have a gigantic time jump as we see in Generation 5. I do still have my limits on how technology should evolve in this world, though. I still don't really think it should have digital technology. And by digital, I mean stuff like computers and stuff, chipsets, PCBs, things like that. I don't know. I feel like that's more inherently human-related than electricity is as a whole. Will this change from 2D and 3D to 3D have an impact on quality? That depends on a lot of factors that I can't say for sure. I don't know. It also depends on your subjective opinion as well. So it's not really a question I can answer. I will say that the TV show of G5 is still not confirmed to be 3D or 2D. And I personally would expect it to be 2D. I certainly hope it wouldn't be 3D. I don't think the TV show should be 3D. The movie itself being 3D, I think, is fine. but the TV show I really don't want it to be. It has me fearful for the quality of the TV show because of budgeting concerns. Like, how do you budget a 3D TV show that requires like tons of episodes per season per year that lasts many minutes? How do you fund something like that reasonably and still have it look reasonably good as well? Like, I don't know. It's lots of concerns. Lots of concerns that don't apply to a single film. Did they ever give a release month? September. September is when you should expect this movie to come out. September of this year. TV show is sometime next year. I would assume sometime in spring. That's an assumption. Don't take my word for that. But it is sometime in 2022. That's so weird to say. So many twos. It's gonna be a weird year. In the Hasbro event. Oh, did they go over that? I had the investment stream mostly muted the entire time because I couldn't stand listening to them talk. It is so dull. But if they said if they said it was 2D, then I guess I'll take your word for it. I was not listening. Oh, I want to bring this back up. Remind people that this still exists. I thank you for pointing out that I'm not working, but I have fully given up on working right now today. I have far too much on my mind to even be able to focus on anything. Too many things to think about. It's gonna take me like a day or so to get things settled in my brain. It's been confirmed that the TV show will be airing on Netflix. I think exclusively on Netflix. I don't think it's airing on TV at all, which is weird because it's still called the TV show, but anyway. Based on what I've heard, it's gonna be exclusively on Netflix. I mean, there are 2D images of these characters in merchandise, but they aren't. I don't think these are the actual designs you should expect from the TV show at all. I think these look quite bad. Just ignore these. I think this is far more likely what you should expect the TV show to look. This looks far better compared to the larger illustrations. Far better. Clearly a different artist between who made this and who made this. It's pretty obvious. Oh, don't minimize that. It's been established already that this is definitely going to be an Equestria. Like, it's pretty much all but confirmed. It is going to be the continuation of G4 to some extent. But still in the form of a soft reboot. Because clearly you have a pretty large redesign of, like, the base pony character design, right? So, it's still a bit of a soft reboot. But still a continuation at the same time. Which I guess is sort of kind of weird. I don't think many shows do that, do they? Or franchises, I should say. Huh. But still. Yeah, there was an animatic that was leaked back in January. If you guys don't know what that is, you can look that up. Just put in the YouTube search Gen 5 animatic. You probably can find it in one of the first results. Yeah. I won't say much more than that. Yeah, that's the thing. Merchandise has always been very strange. Very, very strange. So, yeah. Always take merchandise illustrations with a grain of salt. He's my favorite character so far. I would say Pip right now. And it's probably mostly because I see her in this 2D style that I happen to like a lot. And I'm pretty sure this is Imalu's art right here. This is Imalu's line work. And I happen to be a pretty big fan of Imalu. So I mostly like her based just on the art style right now. I can't really say much else about that because most of the characters don't really have personalities yet. We don't know what they're going to act like or behave like, other than some brief animations we've seen. But it's not enough to really go on. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the voices. I want to see how they sound. That's going to make or break the characters, probably. So it's going to be important to make sure they don't sound bad. I'm pretty sure these guards are just background characters. They're just there because that's what guards do. I don't know. I mean, it's possible they could be more involved, but I mean, I have no reason to think that right now. What's Pip? This is the only name we have for her right now. It's a leaked name that may or may not be true, but this is Pip. Based on what we know. So, take that for what you will. Yeah, the merchandise art is very, very weird. Like I said, it's very strange. But it's just merch art, you know? It's fine. Merch art has always been inconsistent compared to how it actually looks in the show or movies or whatever. There's always going to be weird things. Not sure what's causing that. But I imagine there's like a miscommunication between the creative teams behind the show and the marketing team and stuff, but it is what it is. Honestly, all I care about is just how the show is. I don't care about the merchandise. So, trying to catch up with chat here. Alright. What if the main problem is the ruler? I would imagine that's the case. That wouldn't surprise me. Based on what some people have said, apparently it was mentioned in the investor meeting that they were going 2D for the TV show. Apparently. I'm going off their word. I haven't confirmed this yet. But, yeah, that's apparently what it seems to be. And I would be happy for that. I would be nervous if it was a 3D TV show. Because of the budgeting concerns for trying to get a TV show that's 3D to work. I can only imagine. Yeah. I think this 3D design can grow on me. I just need time. It's very, very different. Very, very different. And there are things I do immediately like about it. I really like Izzy. Izzy looks really good here. I love how the hair looks in rendered. How the hair looks and how it's rendered. Can't talk. That is definitely one of the best parts of this, honestly, for me, as a 3D artist myself. The ears are really, really cute. I like these. The hooves are good. They are very different from how FIM approached the hooves, but I think they work just fine. Given they are meant to be hooves, it's fine. It's just parts of the face that I need to get used to. The music is on the top of the screen. It's on the top bar. The 3D faces look more like a human? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, they've always been anthropomorphic to an extent with the faces. FIM has very non-horse-like facial features as well. More cartoony, sure, but it's still, what you expect from a human cartoon face. Other than, the snout and all that being slight change to that style, I suppose. Oh, I realized you can't even see the whole unicorn. There we go. That might be better. It's blocking that tennis ball on her horn. That's what she's looking at. That's funny. Boom. It looks like Eevee rendered? Oh, so you mean Blender Eevee? No, not at all. I see way too many things about the shading that looks ray traced. That can't be done in real time. That it's definitely not Eevee, and it's definitely not Blender either. Kind of curious to learn what software they use to make this film. It'd be interesting to learn that. Yeah, Scoob. Oh, God. I've heard so many weird things about what that film did. Why was that film the way it was? That is an example of corporate meddling with the creative integrity of something. It is unfortunate. It looks so great, visually speaking, but it's... Oh, God. Everything I've heard about it just... It's upsetting. Nothing upsets me more than something... the creative integrity of something getting ruined due to corporate wanting to just reach that bottom line. That's definitely how I've become pretty cynical. But it is what it is. I mean, I assume Maya is involved with animation, but I'm pretty sure there's more to it than that. They could be using any sort of rendering engine that isn't just Maya. And you can use lots of different types of rendering engines outside of Maya that you use your Maya projects for. So I don't know. I don't know if you'll ever learn. Maybe, I'm not sure if that kind of stuff gets credited in the credits section of the film. I don't know. I assume At least for the more important parts, yeah. But anyway. We'll learn one day, probably. It'll be interesting to me, at least. We're talking about Scoob, which is the 3D animated Scooby-Doo film that released last year, right? Yeah. It was last year. It premiered at home, so yeah, of course it was. That film looks visually great in terms of how the lighting works, how the characters are animated and rigged and all that. It's just incredibly poor writing, probably due to corporate meddling, just to make the film more money, even if it just made the film worse. Which probably seems backwards, but that's just how it works sometimes, and it sucks. The more celebrity cameos you have, the more money you make, they say. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, the alarm clock, it doesn't surprise me if this is like way into the future. Like I would expect technology to get better, right? Why wouldn't it get better? If it's that huge of a time jump? Yeah, I've seen that animation. Do you think the Iguchi world will play a role in G5? I mean, probably. I'm not too invested in the Iguchi world, personally speaking. It's just never been a thing for me. But I wouldn't be surprised. I just don't think it'll, like, launch immediately after G5 starts. I'm pretty sure there'll be at least a year or so, if it ever launches. Yeah, I mean, we don't know if the main six are still around or not. That's the thing. We don't know. There's just not enough information. We don't know how much of a time jump it is. Wow, MOP on RTX. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, Twilight being immortal is technically unconfirmed. It was mostly just assumed to be. And just keep in mind that assumptions are not canonical. Just make sure you don't get that mixed up. It's never been said either way. Sponsored by Nvidia. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, good luck rendering all this in real time, guys. Good luck. Good luck. Where can I find the animation clips? I can link it. Here it is. Is there supposed to be a stallion there? Yeah, he's in the animation. I don't know how I feel about his characterization yet, but I want to be very, very careful how I judge things when I have these first impressions, because what matters to me most is how they execute these characterizations in the actual film itself, not in this marketing material. Whatever, it's marketing. I just care about the execution. G5, yep. This is G5, this is official. Generation 5 of My Little Pony. This is for the film specifically. The TV show is likely to just be 2D. Based on what I've heard, it's going to be 2D. I Haven't confirmed it myself yet, though, but it's probably going to. Yeah, I mean, I think this character can be changed in the film to be good, like, or a good character, right? Well, I should probably say well-written character. You never know. First impressions are not always the best thing to go off by. There's always potential in anything. It just matters on with how it's executed, and we don't know how it's going to be executed. What are my final thoughts? I don't think I can give those right now. I think I need some time on my own to think on that. I mean, I like a lot of it so far. Just a few things I need to get used to. Like, I need to get used to these faces. These faces are going to take some time to get used to. And I think that applies to a lot of people here as well. A lot of people. Feel like G5 will last as long as G4? I don't know yet. I think FIM is always going to be like the gold standard of My Little Pony, and like always be like the peak of it. I don't know if it'll ever get to that point ever again. But I guess that doesn't necessarily mean it won't last as long. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, there's a lot of factors that goes into determining how long this is going to last. And we don't know a lot yet. How do I feel about the model's teeth? Indifferent. I don't know how to think about it yet. No huge problems, just, you know, indifferent. I haven't processed it too much. Am I working on G? No. Okay. I am not involved in any way, guys. I am still independent in terms of My Little Pony. I still make MLP fan content at my own discretion. I am not involved. At all. Remotely. Not even slightly. I'm in the same boat as you guys. All of this here is official stuff, not made by me. Little Miss Earth Pony's a brony. Yes. Yes. Unironically, yes. If this screenshot has anything to go by, then yes. Is my name just gibberish? It's pronounced DJ Thed. It had a meaning when I first made it. I was 11 years old, though. So, it's a bit too late to change that now. It's been too late for many years. I've tried changing it before. I just never was able to get anything to stick. So this is my name forever now. My alias. It's a weird name, but it is what it is. And at least it's unique. No one else has this name. Pretty much. It's a short, unique name, and that's a pretty decent positive, at least. Cardboard cutouts? I mean, I still don't think making conclusions like that right now is fair, because there's just not enough information to go on. We only have a couple screenshots and an animated preview that was made for investors to look at. I don't think that's the entirely fair way to judge something yet. That to give it time. It needs to see more first. Yeah, the tail hovering over the ground, yeah. I brought this up before, but yeah, there's one minor problem. The tail's like just hovering above the ground. Could be a technical limitation with the hair. I don't know how their hair system works. I would like to know. I would love to use actual hair particle systems for my models, but I've never been able to get them to work. It's so hard to work with, especially in Blender. But yeah, just a minor problem though. Not a big deal. Yeah. No, Sunny's a girl. Sunny is a mare. Yeah, I mean, hair particles aren't horrible to work with if you're working with a static render. I could probably make a decent looking hair model for my base pony models that I have here. I could if I wanted to. I've tried before, but I always hit brick walls whenever I tried to get the hair to work how I want it to work in animation. It is such a pain. I don't know how anybody does it. I would love to learn. It's like such a complicated topic that I need to find like a resource to learn from. It's not good enough just to try to experiment. It's just too complicated. It'd be nice though. Anyway, back to this. Yeah, the eyelashes are a lot more realistic looking in this style, which is, you know, hence why the eyelashes don't look as long. For my eyelashes, I still make them look somewhat realistic, but I still have these individual strands poking out, or well, individual clumps of strands poking out like that to match the show style of strands. But obviously, I'm trying to imitate that Gen 4 style, while this is clearly being its own thing, so that's fine. So now what? I don't know. We were just talking. At this point, I'm pretty much done working. I have too much on my mind to really be able to focus working, so we're just talking. We're just discussing. Which is interesting. I don't normally get to talk about something for this long on stream, so... Let me check if anything news popped up, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a little while before we see anything. Huh. It doesn't look like it. Yeah. Yeah. It'll be a while before new things come up then, I'm pretty sure. Emily's probably hiding right now, seeing everyone judging their art. I wouldn't be surprised if they're watching. They be lurking. Trying to catch up with chat. I fell behind. I got distracted with something else. On almost there. The animation quality for the models are good. From what we've seen from here, the actual technical aspect of the animation is good. Like, I have no issues with it in terms of the process they use to animate the 3D models. Of course, the 3D models themselves are probably going to need some time to get used to, but animation quality is good. So that's obviously a good thing. That's a good checkbox to tick. Animation checks out. It's good. Yeah, the eyebrows are a permanent facial feature now, for sure. Which is probably required for the 3D models, in a way. Well, a thing I've had problems with my models is how to get the expressions to read properly without the eyebrows being visible. The 2D animation can cheat it a little bit, but when you make it 3D, you have to make a choice. So, I'd imagine that might have been part of the reasoning behind that. Yeah, this in the future is what it looks like to be. Like far in the future. Looks like they won't be connected to the storyline of G4. What do you mean? It's already confirmed that it has continuity with Generation 4. It has continuity. The main 6 are part of the history books, literally. In this G5 film, it's already been confirmed. We've already seen. Here we go. In here, you can already see a bunch of main 6 references everywhere, and likely not just as an Easter egg, but as an actual plot element for this character. Being a huge fan of the main 6 cast. I can imagine why that would be the case, based on the plot synopsis, but I will not get too spoilery yet. I will try not to reveal too much based off of that synopsis that was revealed. If you want to know more, just check the description. I think Izzy is getting more attention due to her personality being more obviously pronounced, and also her design probably being a bit more appealing as a first impression for this style. Because that's what applies to me. I really like how Izzy looks in this style. She looks pretty good. I don't have too many issues with how she looks. So that's partially probably because of why. But of course, I still think overall I need time to get used to this new style. Yeah, Hello Pinkie Pie was interesting. Obviously way better than Hello Pinkie Pie. Way better. It's just what it is. Hello Pinkie Pie is more so just a corporate endeavor than it is a creative endeavor. There's obviously more creative freedom in this. Obviously to an extent, but yeah, Hello Pinkie Pie is purely corporate, and you can tell. Yeah, I'm already aware that she's worked on at least those 2 characters, but I'm assuming she's worked on Pip as well. Just can't confirm it because Pip is still technically an unannounced character. It's just been leaked, just a leaked character. So I'm pretty sure she's still under NDA in that regard, so she can't say much about that. But yeah, I have a feeling she made this as well. I mean, this looks like her art style, at least, but that probably doesn't necessarily mean she made the character, but it does at least suggest something. What animation is better than Hello Pinkie Pie? This. This looks way better than Hello Pinkie Pie. In terms of the animation quality, it actually has strong fundamentals of the animation principles, which is a pretty important thing, pretty important basic thing to do for animation of any kind. Hello Pinkie Pie does not really have that. Well, they have some boxes ticked, but they don't have everything. Hello Pinkie Pie has that vibe that makes it feel unfinished most of the time, which is just how it is. Again, I wouldn't judge these characters too harshly based on first impressions. Again, calling any of these characters generic or whatever, it's just... give it a time. You don't know much about these characters yet, other than their designs now. Their personalities is what matters most to me, at least, and we don't know much about that. So. Let's see. No, it's not going to be main 3. Pip is already confirmed, I guess through the merchandise, is that she'll be a main character. I mean, I guess it probably might not be, maybe, but like, why would these 3 be together in like merchandise if they weren't main characters? I mean, bad art aside, like, this doesn't look great, but this looks far better than that, obviously. But anyway, it seems pretty clear that she's part of the main cast as well, even though she's still not an officially announced character. Yeah, I've been loving the fandom making a bunch of art just based on the bedsheet leaks alone. Like, everyone saw this. Everyone saw this and only this. There was nothing else but this. Yet there was so much fan art. So much great fan art also. Ah, man. This fandom will never cease to amaze me. No, I'm not working on this film. I guess I have to answer that question every time it comes up, because like there's always new people in the chat, but yeah. I am not involved in anything related to Generation 5 in any capacity, even remotely. Not even slightly. I am still independent when it comes to My Little Pony fan content. I work for myself. That's it. Like, that's as simple as that. I have no agreements with Hasbro or anything, nothing like that. I'm in the same boat as you guys. Same boat as you guys. I just find it so funny. It's bed sheets of all things that got the fandom sparked again to make a bunch of fan art. It's so weird. I hope this becomes a meme. The bedsheet leak. The bedsheet leak is what sparked G5, the G5 fandom. The origin story of G5. Let me tell you about this bedsheet thing. Yeah, that has to be part of Legacy. It has to be, just for the meme. I love that. Yeah. I'll probably, you know, I should probably just add this FAQ. I can do that right now. Oh, oops. My There you go. That is now in the FAQ. Is there a video of the trailer? There's no real trailer. All we have is this. I'll link it again in chat. But this is all we have. And this was intended to be shown to investors as well, not necessarily the general public. So there's not much to it right now. When there's more trailers tailored towards the consumer, then there will be a lot more to go on, I would imagine. But, yeah. What's your theory on the context of those guards? I don't know. I mean, I would imagine that Izzy and Sunny are waiting for the elevator, maybe? I mean, there are a ton of elevator buttons. Maybe the elevator's just taking forever to get down or something. And they're just chilling next to the guards. Maybe that's what the context is. There you go, there's my speculation. If you have class right now, you should probably be focused on this, the class. Like, it's a bit more important than just me talking with chat about something, you know? I'm pretty sure in the long term, you should probably just focus on what you need to work on. That's my recommendation for you. Do I think the guard should be wearing more armor? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not an expert in anything like that, so especially given that this is sort of a fantasy world anyway, like, I don't know. Like, it purely depends on the world's rules when it comes to magic and stuff. You know? Do I have any plans for YouTube? I mean, I plan to work on the Magic Inside 3D and on streams. Still, that's still part of the plan. It's been less frequent lately since I've been moving back and forth between projects, but I'm trying to get back into this as well. But, you know, that's, I guess, my general plan. I don't have any specific times for anything, but that's the plan I have, I guess. Do I think Twilight will have an appearance in this movie? Okay. Here's what I speculate. Again, emphasis on the speculation. I think the main six are going to appear in some sort of flashback. I don't think they'll be voiced, just as a brief flashback to see, for like to see what the magic of friendship meant to Equestria before it was lost or something. You know? Something like that. Yeah, this is the TV show and the movie. Both of them are going to premiere exclusively on Netflix. That's what's been said. So they've let you know in like many months in advance to get ready for that. So this is definitely into the future. This is after G4. For sure. Like, without a doubt. Not before. There's no way. Oh. Again, we'll go back to the screenshot. This character is clearly a fan of the main six and what they've accomplished in Equestria. Look at the cutie marks. Twilight, Fluttershy, Rainbow Dash, Twilight marking here. We have a Celestia poster here, or banner. This is more like a poster. Rainbow Dash Cutie Mark poster, main six here. Yeah, like that's clearly after the fact of the Gen 4 ponies being like saviors of Equestria and all that, at least. And I would imagine it's also after the season 9 finale as well, after the epilogue. I'm pretty sure it's well beyond that time frame. That's my speculation. I mean, the problem with Discord is John Delancey, and if Hasbro would be willing to pay the premium to bring him back on. Peter New could do a decent job, but you know, it's not John Delancey, you know? John Delancey is Discord to a lot of people. If you can't have John Delancey, people have issue with Discord being brought back, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, that's my thought on that. Do I think he'll appear in the movie? Probably not. In the TV show? Maybe, but probably not. Yeah. First impressions are always going to be first impressions. I just think it's always fair to keep it open mind and give the show a chance to grow on you first. And if it doesn't grow on you, then fair enough, you don't like it, that's fine. It's just, I just don't think it's fair to just reject it immediately just because of first impressions of it being too different or whatever. You could be missing out on something that you might like if you do that. Do I think Celestia or Luna will be in it? I don't know. I don't think I have enough information on that. They aren't as directly related to the friendship of magic. Friendship is magic. Oh god, I can't say it. As the main six are. The main six is the definition of that phrase, basically. They're the main focus of that entire phrase. And that's probably what this movie's going to try to focus on a little bit, is try to restore that to an extent. I don't know if Celestia Luna is going to be that relevant for that. I'm sure they might appear in flashbacks in the show, maybe, but we'll see. I mean, it's all speculation. I can't say for sure. I don't know. Yeah, I really like Izzy a lot. See a lot of people really liking how Izzy is. And I don't blame them. I think Izzy looks, at least as a first impression, Izzy looks the most appealing to me in this style. The mane looks amazing. I really like the cute little touches, like the horn being having that tennis ball right there. In this render here. It's kind of a neat little funny detail. Though the context of that might be a bit more deep than people may realize, but we'll see. It'll be interesting. Will this be the end of being a fan of G4 and making G4 content? No. No. That's all I have to say about that. G4 is still too special to in my heart for me to ever want to abandon that. G5 can be as good as it wants to be, and I'll still be a G4 fan as well. It's not going to replace it. It'll exist alongside. Not to replace. Let that be clear. Let that be clear. Why is their horn white? There's a lot of weird design quirks with some of these characters that are unique to them. For example, this Pegasus has white wings, even though most Pegasus appear to not have that feature. It's just her. And she has a different colored horn than normal as well. So, there's probably context there that we don't have as to why. So we just gotta wait. Maybe there's a good explanation. I am surprised how many people are just sticking around, man. I think this is like the most viewers I've had, and I've just been chatting. I've been doing basically nothing. YouTube's weird. I don't get it. I mean, I get it to an extent, because it is G5. It's a pretty big announcement, but dang. Some people just stopping by to see what it's like, I guess. Yeah, fetlocks are fine. The what they're talking about is the actual like hooves being visible. These are fetlocks. This was not a thing before with Gen 4. They just completely omitted this. But honestly, I think they're fine. I mean, that's kind of just a natural feature of horses and ponies anyway. So why not just have that there? It's fine. I have no problem with that. Where are the cutie marks? Well, I mean, I think Sunny here has the cutie mark in this shot right now. You can see a little bit of it right there. But obviously, the other screenshot that we got earlier, or later, like very, very late yesterday, Sunny did not have a cutie mark. So, No, come on. There you go. I would imagine the key marks are absent because of the lack of magic. Based on the premise that was provided for G5, the movie, magic is, for whatever reason, no longer present due to disputes, I suppose. I'm trying to be vague because I don't want to be too specific, but yeah, magic's no longer a thing, and the movie is probably just gonna be about finding a way to get that back. That's like the general idea of it, without spoiling too much of the core ideas of the plot of the synopsis. Yeah, I know some people that worked on this too, like fan artists that I've been following for years. I've joined in the character design team. It's something that blows my mind. I really like the idea of bringing fan artists to help design something. I wonder where we'd be if Emmylou didn't come on board to help with design. It'd be interesting, but I think she did a good job. Oh yeah, I don't think people have really talked about this book too much yet. What is she reading? Who knows? It could be the Book of Friendship, or oh wait, that's not the name of it. No, wait. Right? You guys know what I'm referring to, though. It could be like a very, very worn down book of friendship. I wish I had an opportunity to meet Emmylou at Everfree Northwest. I think she was there one time I went there. I just never had an opportunity to find her or greet myself. And I'm also a fairly shy person in person. I'm a fairly shy person in person. Oh god, language, English, that's hard. So it's hard for me to get the guts to talk to people. But it is what it is. Is this the work of Illumination? No. As far as I can tell, it's not related to that company at all. The film's being developed by... published by... Okay, wait, I need information. Is there information that's readily available? I forgot the names. Okay, so I think Boulder Media is actually in charge of making the film? If not the film, then the TV show. But yeah. Anyway, the publisher and the company making the film, they're owned by Hasbro, both of them, I think. So yeah. It's nothing outside of the or nothing that we've already seen in the industry in terms of companies we've seen. Oh god, I can't talk. So like you wouldn't expect Pixar, DreamWorks, Blue Sky. Oh god, rip Blue Sky Studios, by the way. Anyway, yeah, companies like that you wouldn't expect to be working on this. This is a completely different company. Who's voicing them? No idea. Oh, gotta keep swinging this back. You gotta see that horn. There you go. I love how sound of the stream gets. Well, You know, I'm reading the chat and all, but I'm also just sitting here, just absorbing this image. Just taking it all in, you know. It'll help me get used to the faces and stuff. Because that's definitely the part of the designs of the characters that are getting me hung up, pretty much. Like, it's just the weirdest aspect to me, and it's something I want to try to get used to first before I judge it too harshly. So yeah, you're just taking it all in. I will say that the TV show style might look a bit more like this, and I would be perfectly okay if it looked like this. But I don't know how closely they'll match Emilu's style, which I'm assuming this is Emilu's artwork right here, official artwork, by the way. I'm assuming it'll try to match closely to it, but you know, you have to make sacrifices when you have to make a 2D rig for TV animation. You know. You can't hand draw every frame and expect it to be economical for production. So, you know, sacrifices have to be made here and there. But, yeah, I would assume it would probably look a bit like this. We'll see, though. For the TV show itself. For any problems I see with the 3D, it might not really be a problem for the 2D stuff. If that's what we get. I've heard people say that it's going to be 2D. In fact, I heard someone say that was listening closely to the investment meeting, or whatever, the investor event. One of the investors said that the TV show for Gen 5 is going to be 2D animated. I did not confirm this myself, though. It's just someone that said that. It's just someone that said that, so don't spread that as fact. It is just something that I've heard. So yeah. Of course, technically, we haven't seen the TV show yet, so anything can happen. Maybe the investor was wrong. Maybe I was lied to. Maybe you were lied to. Who knows? We don't know. We gotta wait and see. Can anyone clarify if the Gen 5 series is gonna be 3 or 2D? I don't think there's any true 100% confirmation. The only time I would say it's truly confirmed either way is if we actually see like trailers or something, or screenshots of the TV show itself in action. So, yeah. My hopes would be that it's 2D. I don't want the TV show to be 3D at all, because I have tons of concerns about the budgeting of a TV show that's 3D. It doesn't usually work that well. There's usually a lot of shortcuts you have to take for that kind of stuff. I really, really hope MLP doesn't go that route, but that's my thoughts on that. But 3D for a movie is fine for me. Like, the funding, budgeting issues is not really a factor when you make a one-time hour-and-a-half movie. It changes when you have to make like 10 hours of content for a single season or whatever. Yeah, that's probably too many hours, but you get what I mean. Yeah. It is what it is. I mean, it's just different, right? Obviously, it's not the perfectly round heads of Gen 4, you know? It's just how it is. In Generation 5, I think people should reasonably expect the art style to shift quite a bit from what it was before. It's important to not judge it too harshly initially just because it doesn't match what you're used to. Give it a chance to grow on you. I've been saying this periodically throughout the stream, but I think it's important, is to give it a chance to grow on you first. 3D is easier to animate? Yes, but you need to keep in mind the other aspects when it comes to creating assets for 3D. Animation itself is easier in 3D, yes. But you have to create the assets too. It is far more technical than just drawing something. There is far more technicalities and hurdles you have to overcome. Lots of time to invest to create the assets in the first place. Yes, it'll be really easy to reuse once you have them, but that still creates limitations of, like, being on an adventure, for example. Like, making new assets for, like, a whole, like, outdoor scene that you're only going to use once for, like, an adventure episode or whatever. It's far more expensive to do that in 3D. Yes, animating 3D is easier technically, right? But there's more to it than that. Far more to it than that. There's more to it than meets the eye. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, a CG show would be neat in concept if you have the money for it and the budget and all that. Like, that's just not realistic to expect, though. That gets really expensive when you try to do that for a TV show. The only TV show I remember that's at least targeted for kids, that did this fairly well, and it's actually a fairly old show at this point too, is like Star Wars Clone Wars. Star Wars Clone Wars looks pretty dang good for being a 3D kids cartoon, pretty much. And it aired in 2008. It's 13 years old. And it's Star Wars, so of course they have the money for it. But yeah, it's like the only example I have, and it's also a really old show too, which is so weird. I mean, obviously it doesn't look as good as the films, but it still looks pretty dang good for a TV show, right? Especially the later seasons. Like, the early seasons had its rough points, right, when it comes to animation, but it definitely got better got better later on. But, yeah. No idea what dragons are going to be doing at all. I mean, we have no information on that. So I don't know what to speculate. I have no thoughts. Some people call this 3D style cheap. That's not the right word. I think I know what people might be implying with that, but I don't think that's the good. That's not a good word choice. This is definitely not cheap. It's not cheap at all. Yeah. Also, yeah, keep in mind that MOPFIM is rig-based 2D animation for the most part, using Flash, or Adobe Animate, I guess that's what they call it now. But yeah, I guess it's not entirely like armature based. I guess like there's a lot more to it than that. But the point is that you don't. It's not like the animators that animate FIM are redrawing every frame. They only do that on occasion when they need to make like specific facial expressions and stuff like that, or specific poses. But most of the time, they just use stock poses they've like stockpiled over the years, and they just reuse them over and over again. You know, this isn't cheap. This 3D style isn't cheap. That's not the right word, if that's what they're using. That's definitely not the case. Are there supposed to be male ponies that are main characters? Yes. You can see him right here. Oh, that's a good freeze frame right there. Oh, man. Love it. Anyway, yeah, that's him right here. This is like the only time we see him, so there's not much to go off of, but that's who he is. I can link you to the video if you want to watch it. It's a pretty short reveal video that was used to present to investors. It was not necessarily for to be viewed by consumers necessarily. It's not necessarily built for it. You'll be seeing more consumer-friendly reveals and stuff later. But right now, this is what we have. So much damn swag. Yep, I would agree. I'm not sure how I feel about that character's characterization in that short little animation, but to be fair, that's all we have. There could be more to it than that. It's not fair to judge it just based on just one little animation, right? You gotta wait until we see more. You gotta be fair. Yeah, the color palette is definitely a different approach. It's certainly not what you'd expect from MLP. It's definitely different. I think I'm fine with it though, but it's certainly different. I will say that. Oh, we're missing Pip here. There's Pip. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that color scheme relationship. I mean, it's not like it matters, but yeah, Terramar. Yeah. Yeah, AJ and RD are... or Applejack and Rainbow Dash are heavily implied to be together by the end of Season 9. Like, actually. Not explicitly said, but implied. And also, in scripts, was intentionally meant to be an implication. But that's just what it is. Like, whatever is in the final product is what matters, not necessarily what's said in the script or what the intents of the writers were. You can change it how you please after the fact, as long as it still fits what's already established in the actual end result. Unless you want to retcon something, I guess, right? But, yeah. Basically, canonically speaking, like, the Rainbow Dash Applejack thing is, like, just implied. Implied at best. Low in the Undertale soundtrack. Also, I guess keep in mind that not all the characters have been revealed yet either. So maybe the other characters that are going to be revealed are going to help balance out the color palette a little bit. Maybe. Because it definitely does seem a bit skewed in one direction, right? In terms of the colors. Lots of, like, pinks and oranges and purples and stuff. Like, all three characters we see here is around that range, right? You're entirely purple. You have a purple hair, or purple mane and tail. I also happen to be orange, and you're purple as well, purplish pink. And you have, like, blue hair that gradients into a bit of a purplish color. Like, yeah, it's definitely a lot of purple. It's a lot. Can I tell if the models use some sort of snout information? Okay, so what they are referring to is a method that I use for my models, is that, if I can show the camera, for my models, I have the snout rotating based on where the camera is. Let me get my camera visible up here. Okay, beside the refs. Anyway, so if I move the camera around, and let me lower subdivision level, and start the camera. There we go. If I move the camera around, you can see that the snout rotates based on where the camera is. That's what they're referring to when they're asking that question. To be fair, I haven't looked and see if they have that method. It's kind of hard to spot, especially when you don't have a lot of high-quality animation to look at. By high quality, I mean like high video quality. This is still kind of like fairly low bitrate 720p animation to look at. It's easiest to spot in motion, though. I would need to see more footage to determine that for sure. It's hard to tell. And that's the point. It's not meant to be obvious. I don't think I can comment much on the architecture. That's not something I specialize in, even remotely. I don't know anything about it. I have no comment. The application I was using? I use Blender. Blender's my program of choice. I've been using Blender for 10 years. Or 11 years now, technically. Yeah. A lot of the years. It's really hard to tell. I'm still trying to see if I can see that effect, but I don't know. I'm looking at Sunny right now, which is this character here. This might be the best character to look at right now to see if that effect is in effect, and it's hard to tell because it's usually easier to spot when it's in motion. When it's a static render, it's far harder to spot. Yeah, I've pointed that out already. The tail does not fall to the ground. I've pointed that out on stream. I mean, that's a minor technical bug, and it wouldn't surprise me if they might even fix that before the movie's released, you know? But, yeah, it's very minor. Why is snout rotation necessary? For appeal. For appeal. If I were to go back, not this, this. It's for the appeal of it. So, if I were to, we're going to look up here on the top left here. The snout is rotating as I move the camera, right? We're going to look at around this angle. You can see the snout has been pretty much fully rotated at this point. And the model looks about like this. If I can get you in a decent lit area at least. Or lighting condition or whatever. Let's change character as well. Might as well show everything. I am waiting for the shaders to compile, by the way. That's why I'm just chilling. Gotta wait. The hair just needs to compile. We'll get to the example in a minute here. No, I'm not involved in the movie. Check the FAQ, please. Okay, so I gotta hide the low poly version. That doesn't look right. Here we go. No horn, please. That's not correct. Okay. So, let's just hide the clutter. This is the primary camera right here. And what I have in this giant window is my preview. That doesn't affect the actual snout rotation. It's this camera here that I have selected that's doing that. So if I were to go into the rig of Coloratura here and go to the bone that controls the rotation, just turn it off. It changes the look of the model. I need this in better lighting to better demonstrate this. Hold on, let me actually just rotate this. Rotate. Yeah, it makes the snouts or muzzles it makes them look more flat, even though they're not that flat. It makes them more snubby or whatever. I'm not sure what the right word is for that, but it just makes the snout look very, very shorter than it should be, right? And it also doesn't match the show style as well from this angle. It doesn't look quite right. So the reason I do this is to make it match the show style more. It's a fairly subtle effect, but it helps make the snout actually feel like it has length to it as it should from this angle. So yeah, that's the basic summary of this effect and why I have it. Now, whether or not the actual MOP G5 stuff has it, I don't know. I have not involved, and it's hard to detect it, especially if it's done well. I'll have to like observe very, very, very closely to see for sure if it has it. But yeah, I don't know. What about Luster Dawn? I'll be, you know, That would be interesting if Luster Dawn made an appearance. However, I won't be expecting that. I'm pretty sure the time jump is pretty large enough to where Luster Dawn might not even be around either. But I don't know for sure. I don't think anyone knows for sure that unless they've worked on the movie directly, because there's not enough information out there. No, I don't know. No idea. Little Pony stuff. No, I don't. Like I said, I'm not involved with Hasbro in any way. I am an independent fan creator for My Little Pony. As in, I'm just a fan creator. I'm not hired by anyone. I just do my own thing. I'm not involved with Hasbro. Not involved with DHX, or I guess DHX in the past. Not involved with Boulder Media or anything. I'm independent. Just a fan creator making fan content. That's all.
If I take it, wait, are you streaming? Or
Yeah,
I'm streaming. Okay, so it's cool if I take a shot.
Go for it. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. My brother just came into the room. What was I talking about? I don't remember. Any tips for making a very versatile facial rigs? The answer to that is probably pretty complicated. I don't think I can give a good answer right now. I don't know. I think, at least for my own approach to making facial rigs, is to take advantage of using shape keys and drivers and lots of shape keys for the face. As to how to do that, that's where the complication comes in. I don't know how to really describe that briefly. That's a complicated answer. Is it? Yeah, I look. I fall behind on chat sometimes, especially when it moves quickly. All of a sudden, I just fall behind. There's not that much delay to the stream. There's about like 10 seconds at most. It's just sometimes I fall behind and I don't want to miss anything in chat. I just read through what I missed, so I just end up falling behind. That's just how it is. Sorry for that. Music in the background is... check the top bar. The author and the any sort of metadata related to what track I'm playing is going to be on top of the screen, including the title. Yeah, I'm not that behind in the stream itself. I just fall behind in chat sometimes. Yeah, I think that the toys I don't really care about too much, you know. That's not why I like FIM, for example. I don't care. I like the show. It was a surprisingly good show for what it was. You know? I don't care about the toys that much. It's not for me. Not why I'm into it. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. Just having a small food break. Don't mind me. Nothing too crazy. That's why I'm not gonna mute the mic. It's nothing too crazy. Very small. Pip is right here. This is her. Keep in mind that Pip is still a unconfirmed name technically. It's only through leaks that we know it's Pip. But you know, it's a leak. There could be inaccuracies or whatever, but yeah, that's at least part of her name. It might not be her full name, but yeah. It's Pip. It's actually 2 P's at the end. So it's spelled like this. Spelled like that. I was in middle school when I started Blender. Started very early on. That was back in like 2010. So 11 years. No, there's we have other screenshots. I mean, we have these we have these bed sheets, but it's merchandise art, so of course this is not. Don't expect the TV show to look like this. It's probably not going to look like this. But we also have this screenshot from the movie. You also see on the top left corner as well. But yeah, this is Sunny in her room, I would assume, with all of her Main 6 merchandise. Because clearly she's a big fan of the Main 6. And what else? Oh yeah, there's this. This was a animation that was shown to investors as like a little preview animation of some of the main characters. Keep that in mind as you watch it. It's fairly short, but yeah. As for trailers for consumers, we haven't received any yet, as far as I can tell. I don't think Twilight's gonna be present, but you'll see. Main 6 journal? You mean the friendship journal? Maybe. It could be. I mean, yeah. It's hard to tell, obviously, but it very well could be. There'd be a pretty good reason to have that there, for sure. Especially if you have read the synopsis of the movie. You can probably see why it would be important to read that book. We? Wait, when did I say we? What are you talking about? Check the FAQ, guys. I have this like in the first thing about MLP and the FAQ. But I guess I should repeat it again. I have had 0 involvement with Generation 5. 0. Not even a little bit of involvement. I didn't know anything about this until this stuff started leaking and announcements being made and all that. I'm in the same boat as you guys. I don't know anything. Don't know. Nah, don't. It's not that fair to say that, though. For the record, no. I am pretty sure I would not do better than this. At least when it comes to making a new style. Like, that's not my thing. No. It's not fair. It's fine if you don't like the style, it's just... You are overestimating my skills. I'm not that good. Trust me, there's a lot of times where I just don't know what the heck I'm doing. And honestly, modeling isn't even my thing anyway, which is, I'm assuming, what your problem might be. Well, even if I didn't exist in terms of what I did for this fandom, for fan content for 3D and Blender and stuff, I don't think G5 would still try to look like Gen 4 or anything. Like, I'm pretty sure Gen 5 is, regardless of what I've been doing, would have wanted to be distinctly visually different from G4. And that's not inherently bad. It's not. Just because it's different is not that. It doesn't make sense if you think that. It is fine if you end up not liking them, but I think it's more fair if you give this style an opportunity to grow on you instead of immediately shutting it down in your mind, because it's just that just usually. I guess I can't say this universally, but usually, when people shut down ideas like this, it's just... it's different from what they're used to. They fear change and stuff like that, you know? It's... even if you may not even be aware of it, maybe, but... I just don't think it's fair to judge it too harshly just based on it being a little bit too different than what you were expecting. Because I don't think different is necessarily a bad thing. If you give it a chance to grow on you, and it still doesn't work out, then I think that's fair enough, you know? It still doesn't end up working out for you. You know, that's fine. I just don't like the idea of just judging it so harshly right from the get-go. I mean, for me, I do have some... I feel like I need some time to get used to this too, right? Even me. Like, I still have to get used to the faces, the 3D faces specifically. I think this illustration here looks great. I have no issues with this. And specifically the 3D. The 3D faces I need to get used to. And it's probably only going to be a thing for the movie. The TV show might not have that problem for me. But of course, that's mainly just my viewpoint. I know I have a pretty heavy bias against how the SFM models look and all, but I heavily disagree with that. Background looks futuristic. I'm pretty sure that's meant to imply that it's far into the future at this point. Like a huge time jump from when FIM ended and when G5 begins. And that seems to be fine with me. Like, I have no issue with technology being a bit more advanced when time passes. That seems pretty natural. So why not? So... in my opinion, at least as a first impression, I admit that I, too, am trying to just get used to it and seeing if I still have a problem with it after the fact, but I do admit that it does feel like to me the eyes are slightly too small than what I would expect. Not to any huge degree, but that's just my initial first impression when I first saw these models. Just, it's not really a thing I would expect to stick around if I got used to the show, unless it ended up just being a far more severe problem than I thought. I just need to give myself a chance to get used to it. It's only fair. Oh, thank you for the donation. Thank you. The lips are interesting. I get why people are like kind of weirded out by it, but keep in mind that with when you consider lip syncing dialogue for characters like this, it's kind of important to have functional lips. If you don't have lips, then there are certain words you can't get the mouth shape to conform to. You just can't get the mouth to say things. Like, that's just how it is. Lips are very, very important to be able to bend in certain ways in a human-like way in order for lip sync dialogue to work. That's just the nature of it. At least this is all in context of 3D, by the way. In 2D, you can get away with not doing something like this. But in 3D, you have to make it more convincing. It has to look more real, and if you try to fake it by not having lips, it just doesn't look right. It's out of place. So. Yeah. I don't watch anime, by the way, so I can't answer any questions related to that. They gonna be like Muppets? I mean, the fact that they have lips kind of makes that not the case. Just saying. I mean, obviously the lips are here for the expression of it, yes. But I'm pretty sure the main reason that the lips are able to bend like that is for lip syncing purposes in a 3D animated environment. Yeah, the 3D models definitely look like they're inspired by Emilu's art direction. It's just, keep in mind that Emilu is not necessarily the one that made the 3D models. She's the character designer. right? Yeah, Artsiomni, that's sometimes the vibe I get. That's the vibe I get. I wouldn't say 50%, but it's a good portion. I'm trying my best to encourage people to at least give it a chance so that they don't just immediately reject it just because it's different, because that's just not fair. Creatively speaking, it just adds so much limitations on what you can do creatively if everyone's just going to get upset that you're changing something. Change isn't inherently bad. How far into the future are we? For G5, I would assume it's quite far. Like hundreds of years, maybe. I don't know for sure. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was. Like hundreds of years. Hundreds and hundreds. But we'll see. I don't know for sure. Artsiomni Zabroni? You could say that. Yeah, like what he said. Depends on what the qualifications are. I would be inclined to agree. How many floors do you think that palace has? Let's see. I think we're doing this, aren't we? You're going to estimate. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 112 floors. There you go. We did it. I don't use Windows 7, I use Windows 8.1. I would be using Windows 7 if it was supported, though, for the record, but it's not anymore. But 8.1 is still supported, so I use that instead. Why? Because it's not Windows 10. That's all I have to say. I don't know, I like having a start menu that's like taking up your whole screen. I like it. It's also responsive, unlike the Windows 10 start menu. There's also that. It actually works when you press it. Yeah. Anyway, I have a lot of problems with Windows 10. If you couldn't tell, I get super annoyed with Windows 10 all the time. I still use it on my other computers too. For the record, I'm not unfamiliar with the operating system. I just don't like Windows 10. I just don't like it at all. I get so annoyed. There you go. Why not Linux? I want to use Linux in a way, but there are problems with Linux that kind of gets in my way. Like fundamental operating system issues that I can't fix. Due to, it's hard to explain. Yeah, I just... I want to, though, but it's just so much hassle to try to overcome. Check Equestria Daily for any new updates on this film. This is where this picture's from. This picture's from Equestria Daily. Yeah, I mean, I expect people to be mixed on this just because it's so different. Like, that alone is going to cause a split. Guaranteed. There's no stopping that. There's always going to be people that are just going to be upset by the change. I want to do my best to encourage people to at least be open-minded and be willing to at least give it a chance to grow on you. If it doesn't work out even after that, then that's fair enough. But I don't really like people immediately rejecting it just because it looks different, you know. I've been constantly reiterating that over and over again. I just think it's important to remember. I can't really speculate too much on like whatever the ruler is in this G5 time frame. No idea. Like I can't make any guesses. I just know they're probably screwing up somehow. That's all I can say. A mystery dungeon MOP game. This sounds interesting, actually. It wouldn't be a bad type of gameplay formula for it, maybe. Depends on the enemy types. I don't know. Interesting thought. Not much more than that, though. Keep in mind, I haven't made a model from scratch, a character model from scratch, specifically character model, from scratch since I started making my pony model back in 2016, like the very end of 2016. So it's been a while. However, I would maybe suggest start with like a subdivided cube or something. Don't use a UV sphere, by the way. No, don't do that. Subdivided cube, which makes it sphere-like, is sufficient and it's better for topology. But yeah, there's better ways to start though, and it also depends on how you want to model it and what techniques you use. If you're going to sculpt it, then a subdivided cube is actually pretty good for that. But vertex modeling, there's other approaches you could use too that can work. But I'm not the best guy to ask. It's not my specialty. Which of the characters I like so far the best? Depends on certain things. Like overall, I think I like Pip the most, which is this character here. She's only appeared on merchandise art though. She's not officially announced or revealed in any capacity. Just through a leak. But if you're talking about what's revealed officially, I think Izzy is my favorite. Visually speaking, especially. I really like how she looks. Same company that made Over the Moon. I have no idea what that is, actually. Not a clue. By the way, how are there still 250 people here? I'm really confused about that. Ugh. I feel like it's been long enough that people might go elsewhere, but I guess where we are. I don't know. Weird. So many people. How long have I... Gotta clear my throat. Hate it when my throat does that. How long have I been in the MLB fandom? Since mid-2016. I joined fairly late, I suppose. Like, I joined... like, during the decline of popularity. It was, like, right at its peak at, like, season 4 or 5, I think? Maybe? Somewhere in there? It was around there, I guess. It was definitely on the decline by the time I joined, which is... I joined during the season 6 hiatus. This was in the summer, so, yeah. Interesting question. I'm not a designer, by the way. I don't know how to answer your question. I don't know what I'd change about the armor because that's not something I do. I don't know. It looks fine, I guess. I don't know. I'm not the person to really judge things like this. I'm an animator in terms, at least specifically a 3D animator. I don't judge aesthetics that well in terms of like visual design, I guess, or you know, anything fashionable, maybe. I'm not anything like that. That's not my thing. I can't say anything. What are the names released so far? So, we have Sunny, right here. Sunny Star Scout, being the full name. We have Izzy. She has a full name revealed. I forgot what it was, but Izzy is her first part of the name. And then we have... this is a leaked character. She has not been officially revealed or named. but based on the leak, she is named Pip. At least that's her partial name. I don't know the name of the male character that was revealed, but yeah. Izzy Moonbow. There you go. From the Hasbro tweet, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, there's... The bracelet is like an example of things they're doing with a new character design. Principle, I guess. The overall philosophy of the character designs that adds other like smaller details that you probably would normally expect with FION. Like this would sort of be out of place to have like a character, like a main character having just like a small little accessory like this on their hoof. But when you have a new art style change, that you can make things like that work. Even if you haven't done it in the past, since it's a new direction in the first place anyway. Starting fresh. What am I working on? Okay, you know what? I should probably change the stream title, because all I've been doing for the last like 3 hours is just talk about G5. So you're just gonna do that. Yeah. Because right now we're just chatting at this point. Hitch? That would be a weird name. I don't know. Whatever the name is, that's... Yeah, I don't know. We shall see. What program do I use? Well, hold on. Just to be clear, I'm not. Hopefully, you're not assuming that what you're seeing on screen is actually my work, because it's not. This is official stuff from Hasbro, and I have nothing, zero, zip, nothing to do with G5. I'm not involved in any capacity. Just to be clear. But yeah, I use Blender for my own 3D animations and stuff. But this, what you see on screen, this is not my work. This is official stuff. I'm sure they'll explain what's going on in G5's world. I'm pretty sure they'll explain it somehow. Just gotta wait and see. I'm not sure how. There's not enough information for me to really speculate in a way that I can say anything confidently. No, something about the lighting feels off? Well, I don't know about that. At least for this shot, it looks fine. The lighting. It's well lit, in my opinion. But don't know. Maybe you have to give me an example. I'm not sure what. I don't know. I think lighting is fine. I have no issues with it right now. Did we reach a verdict? No, there's not going to be a verdict today. No verdicts. Don't jump to a conclusion. I would encourage that instead. We're just here just soaking it all in. That's all we're doing. Well, at least that's what I'm doing. The wings on the guard look realistic. Well, yeah. If they're gonna make a 3D film that looks like this, they need the wings to be functional and also look quite convincing. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that they look the way they do. You can see it right here. Kind of jealous of how they look, to be honest. Wings have not been something I've been able to do too well. I do what I can, but it's just... It's a hurdle that is hard for me to get over, because it's not something I specialize in. It's tough for me to figure out how I need to make them look. I feel like I did a decent job considering all the factors of what I know and all that, but still not satisfied. I have a pretty high bar for it. So... I just use a mouse. I mean, it's 3D animation. You don't necessarily need a tablet for that. I mean, there are uses in Blender you can use a pen for, but for 3D animation, it's not really any benefit for, so I don't need it. The movie's coming in September, so I've heard. September is the date, or the month at least. Anyone catch a G4 Easter egg? I don't think they're Easter eggs. They're very prominent in that shot. These, I mean, I guess you could consider it Easter eggs, I guess, but it's just, I feel like the presence of a bunch of main 6 merchandise and stuff, cutie marks for Twilight, Fluttershy, Rainbow, Twilight again, Celestia, Rainbow Dash, bunch of like figures of all the main 6. It's not necessarily an Easter egg, it's more so just a way to convey that clearly this character is obsessed in some way with the main 6 and what they've done in the past. That's what it says to me. It's not just an Easter egg for me. It's just a way to convey the character's perception with just a single screenshot. Yeah, this is canonical with G4. Yeah, that a screenshot alone confirms that. it's not just an Easter egg. It's clearly there to convey that the character is obsessed with the main six. It's not just like a sneaky little cameo to sneak in. No, it's clear. It's clear and deliberate for the plot and characterization of Sunny. Or it's just a way to say Hasbro buy my toys. I mean, I guess. I think its purpose is more so just to convey. I guess that's just a side effect, but I'm pretty sure the purpose is just to convey her obsession with the main six. And the synopsis has a pretty good explanation as to why she might be obsessed with the main six. Where I get that image from? Equestria Daily. Yeah, you're not getting this CG fidelity in a TV show, for sure. At least, especially not for like a kid's show or whatever. Like, right, it's a kid's cartoon, not gonna have this kind of budget for a TV show. That's just not. I am under the impression that the TV show is gonna be 2D, but technically it's unconfirmed. We don't know for sure. I've heard people say both ways. It's conflicting. For me, at least, I don't know. I might need to do more research and see if there's anything definitive being said, but. Where did Equestria Daily get it? It was an exclusive screenshot that was provided by Hasbro directly. So yeah, it was an exclusive for Equestria Daily. Good for them, I suppose. But yeah. Only on Netflix, good or bad? I mean, I might be biased because my family has been on a Netflix subscription for like a decade, so it just makes it readily available for me to watch. It's convenient for me. I don't have to like buy it since I didn't already have it. Like I already had it. You know, it's hard for me to give an opinion on that because it's obviously very convenient for me. Need Rainbow Rocks back on Netflix? Did they remove things from Netflix? I know season 9 never got on Netflix, but did they remove some of the stuff? And is it literally just Rainbow Rocks and all the other EQG stuff that's still there? That's weird. There's probably some bizarre licensing agreement or something going on there. I don't know. The legality of these streaming services is always really confusing to follow. Doesn't make any sense. It's the main downside of streaming services. It makes me wish that physical media was still like the main way to get your like movies and films and cartoons and stuff. So like it's sure convenient to have a streaming service, but it's also kind of unreliable because you never know when the streaming service is just going to drop support of it due to licensing expiring or whatever. It's just ugh. Yeah, I don't know, man. Watch friendship games. Oh god. That's so weird. So that means the first movie's still on it then, right? Man. Yeah, that's... Not gonna lie, but that's probably a reason why people use other means to get their shows. It's so complicated to try to watch what you want to watch with these streaming services, and there are so many of them now. Ugh. It's such a messy market. I don't quite get why it started to become the mainstream way to do things. It's... anyway. I've heard someone say the opposite of that, by the way. I've heard someone say that 2D was what was mentioned for the show from the investor meeting. And now you're saying that's not the case. I'm gonna need a direct source from them saying something. Clearly, there's just unreliability in trusting the word of people in chat in terms of that. Oh, the first one was removed too? That is so weird, man. We just watched him say it? Is there a way I can find the archive for that stream? And also, do you have a timestamp? What's being removed? Apparently the Equestria Girls movies on Netflix have been getting removed for a while. I haven't even noticed, to be honest. I mean, I'm not too big on it anyway. I'm not the biggest fan of Equestria Girls, so I haven't noticed. But yeah, that's weird. It's a pretty big point as to why. Just there are things about streaming services that I wish weren't a thing, and the licensing agreements that can expire is just very volatile. It's why physical media is more reliable, yet people tend to not do that anymore. It's unfortunate. You don't see any cutie marks? I think I might know why. If you've read the premise, part of the premise says that the magic of Equestria has basically vanished, and I would assume the cutie marks being missing is due to that, and they will probably get their marks at the end of the movie after they solve that problem in some way. That's my guess. Oh, if you pasted something in link... okay. Appreciate the timestamp, but I can't access links through chat. They get hidden immediately. I can't see it. So, you're just going to have to tell me where to look for it. Is it on YouTube? Or is it still on the Hasbro site? Oh, I was specifically referring to where that investor meeting archive was. I don't know where it is. Yeah, I know they streamed it, but where's the archive? That's where I'm not sure where to look for that. I don't know if they would have just uploaded it to YouTube somewhere randomly, or it's still on their website somewhere. I don't know. That's if you just tell me where to look, I'll probably be able to find it. This is what you see on screen is Generation 5, and I am not involved in making anything official in any capacity. I am still an independent fan art creator, animator, whatever you want to call me. I am not involved in working with Hasbro or Boulder Media or anything like that. I am independent, and still am. So, yeah, it's just how it is. What you see on screen is just official. It's how the movie actually is going to look, and I was not involved. It was on Vimeo? Oh, maybe it was an embedded Vimeo stream on Hasbro's website. That might have been the case. No, that's not the... Okay. I was watching the investor stream earlier to the side as I was working earlier today on stream. And... I mean, I had it to the side. I wasn't. It was not the main focus because of how dull it was, but MLP was brought up a few times. I just want to know where that is because someone is saying that someone said that the TV show was going to be CG or something, and I've heard the contrary as well. Wait, hold on. I think this might work. Oh, here we go. 11020.
Is on building the leading talent-driven entertainment company by unlocking the power and value of creativity. Our growth is anchored by 5 key tenets. Each of these reinforces the other, and together, it's what makes us stand out
What?
And stay ahead.
This has nothing to do with it
We
right now.
source or develop our own intellectual property. We attach the
This
best
is just
creative
corporate speak
talent
still, so I-
possible, and we invest in the development.
Is there a better timestamp you can provide? Or is this not correct? Or something? Thank you for the donation. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, if you're still around, whoever was talking about the timestamp, I would appreciate it if I had a good timestamp to look at. Because I'm not going to skim through the whole thing. That seems like the most dull thing I could ever do. One hour, 18 minutes. Well, yeah, there's this.
The My Little Pony brand with a brand new cast of
This is
ponies
where the animation was
including
showcased.
male
I saw this
pony
part.
for the very first time,
But I was not really
and all
listening to what you were
ponies will
saying.
be featured in glorious CGI, also for the very first time. This reimagining and the development.
I think they said CGI referring while referring to the movie itself.
But we're also activating Hasbro Classic IP. We're reimagining the My Little Pony brand with a brand new cast of ponies, which will include a male pony for the very first time, and all ponies will be featured in glorious CGI, also for the very first time.
They're referring to the movie, probably. They don't specify TV. And everything that was being shown on screen is clearly for the movie. Have I seen face corrections? Are you talking about... I think I've seen one on Twitter. The thing is, I think, at least from what I saw, it looks like an overcorrection. I don't think the faces really need that much tweaking. It's just, it mostly is a slight, not a major, but a slight, like, adjustment to, like, the size of the eyes being a bit larger. Just a bit.
This
Might help
reimagining will begin with
a
the
little.
release this
But
fall of
that,
CGI
I don't think the overcorrections are good.
Our brand new cast of ponies, which will be released globally to Netflix's 200 million subscribers this month.
I hate these investors. Every time they have the opportunity, they just boast their numbers. It just... It's so annoying. Oh, man. Like, oh, shut up. That's basically all I feel about that. Anyway. I know it's a corporate investor stream, which is why I get upset at it. I get extremely cynical when I see how they talk. It's just, ugh. All about the muns. Money. Yeah. Now, I'd be happy to make fun of, like, the Hello Pinkie Pie stuff. Just because you can just clearly tell that it's pretty much purely motivated by corporate, rather than just being a creative endeavor. But this is not the case. You know? It's a bit different. And even then, this is definitely nowhere near as bad as that either. This is pretty good. There's just a few minor nitpicks I have, which a lot of people seem to have as well. about the eyes being a little bit off, a little bit, for me at least. But yeah, it's minor, and I think it's something I probably could just be fine getting used to. And even then, the TV show might not have this problem, depending on what it is. It's still unconfirmed, I guess, if it's going to be 2D or 3D. We just know that they said the CG movie is going to be CG, which we already knew. So, I'm not working on the matching side today. I have too much on my mind. I can't focus on work. I tried. I just got so distracted with the reveals of these characters that I just kind of just want to sit down and soak it in and chat. That's what I've been doing for the past like few hours at this point. Yeah, the TV show, I would hope, would look a bit more like this. Like this. To be clear, not like this, but like this. Not this. This. This is far better than what we have on these freaking bed sheets. I assume this is Emma Lou's work, and I think that's what we will probably expect from the TV show if it's going to be 2D. And I think this style looks really nice in 2D. They don't look anatomically correct. Technically, you'd be wrong. It's actually more accurate for horses to have eyes that are pretty far apart. That's just how most animals are, actually. So in that aspect, that's not necessarily a accurate, objective assessment. Yeah, that seems about right. I mean, I don't know everything about animal anatomy, but a lot of animals... And I can see why, like, prey animals would probably want to have eyes that are more to their side, so they have a wider field of vision, so they can be more aware, you know? But yeah. There's finally a male main character. But what about Spike? What about him? Everyone forgets about Spike. Yeah. I mean, I have my concerns about the show and what it might turn out to be, but I just don't want that to be too prominent in my mind, because it's just not fair to jump to conclusions. I think what matters is how they execute the premise. We only know the premise. We don't know how it's going to get executed. Like, not even remotely. There's a few hints here and there at best, but that's it. And no one's talking about the hooves that much. That was only brought up like a couple times during this stream. But yeah, I like the hooves. The fetlocks are good. I mean, it fits the concept of a pony anyway, just naturally, because ponies have these in real life anyway. It makes sense. You don't have to morph the eyes to keep them from clipping into the mouth. Well, you know, that's just a necessary evil. That's something I have to do with these models, too. I can visually demonstrate this, too. Might as well. It's being talked about. Why not? I gotta hide the hair so I don't lag. Okay. We take a look inside. Whenever I move the lips up, where they start to go into the area where the eyes are, I have to move the eyes out of the way. As you can see, this whole sphere thing is what the eyes are, and they get pushed out. So the eyes don't clip in. Exactly what they were talking about, and that's, I think, a necessary evil to get this cartoony style to work. It's not unworkable, it's just, you just gotta be clever with how you solve your problems, you know? Be creative. Didn't you say you had to do with that with G4 ponies? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I have no official capacity or no official relationship with any Hasbro or any Hasbro related company. I'm independent. I work for myself. I've never had any contact with anyone that's at Hasbro other than like maybe the artists like Emmylou. I've talked to Emmylou lots of times before too, I suppose, but I suppose no one like higher up or anything. I really like the ears. The ears are growing on me pretty fast. I like how they look. They look really good. Good ears. 10 out of 10. I mean, that's the point of it being a cartoon. The proportions are exaggerated and unrealistic. You will never expect proportions like this in real life, even to this extent. The eyes are still pretty dang big if you're talking about something that's supposed to be realistic. It's not. So. I think the small nostrils are just to help with the appeal. The appeal of the model. Having gigantic nostrils doesn't look as cute, I suppose, so you just make them smaller. But of course, not having nostrils at all just looks strange. For example, Philly Fantasia literally doesn't have nostrils, which is very strange looking. I don't like how they look. There's a lot of other problems I have with Philly Fantasia, but you know, that's one of them. What kind of program do I use? I use Blender. Be sure to check the FAQ, though. The FAQ answers a lot of questions like that. Like everything but the eyebrows? That's understandable. I can see why people might have problems with it. I don't have too much of a problem, but yeah, I can see why. Especially since it's never been a permanent feature on pony models from Gen 4. They've appeared sometimes on certain characters permanently, but you know they're for special cases. They weren't a permanent feature for every character. How did I do the felt? Oh, no. No, I did not make this. I did not make this at all. I did not make this. Don't overestimate me like that. I'm not this good. What are you talking about? This Gen 5 stuff is completely unrelated to me. I'm not involved with Gen 5 in any capacity. I'm not associated with Hasbro in any capacity. At all. It's not me. Look elsewhere. It's not me. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna add it to this text box. Fixed. They might still be inspired by me? I mean, maybe. Maybe. I mean, it's hard to... I don't know. It's hard to tell when something's been inspired by your own work because they tend to not look always, like, that identical. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some aspects they might have pulled, but... I don't know. Why would I... Wait, hold on. Why would they have legal problems, though? They own the property, and I am trying to imitate the G4 style, which is already something they own. I'm not trying to necessarily be my own style, necessarily, other than just have a 3D interpretation of the G4 style. So I don't know. I don't think... I think they would have been in the clear for that. It'd be interesting if that was ever brought up, I guess, but I would never have had problems if it looks similar to how my model looks. It seems pretty dang petty for me to even consider that a problem. It's not even my property. It's just my fan works, and I'm trying to imitate the style that is based on something they made themselves. It's something they still own. So I don't know. It doesn't seem right to me. It's weird. I don't know. You have literally been here since the start? Well, that is some dedication of just sitting down and just listening for like 7 hours straight. I'm impressed. Yeah, that's what I would imagine. If I started making my own, like, original characters, then that's probably when they would probably run into issues. Legally speaking, at least. Because, you know, they'd be taking something that I literally created. Even if it's still, like, a pony or whatever. But I've never done that. I've never made an OC. Never have. So that wouldn't be a problem. I love this song. Have I considered OCs? Not particularly. It's come to mind only sometimes, but it's not something that I'm passionate about. I'm passionate about the canon of G4. As soon as I start branching too far away from that, I just start to lose my passion. And as is probably seemingly pretty clear, I have a pretty hard time staying motivated if I'm not passionate about something. So, yeah, it's my reasoning for that. Replicate the quality of G5 so far? Wait, what? How close will I get? The style they're going for is outside of my skill level. Technically speaking. I can't do this hair. This hair is too difficult. The hair looks way too amazing in terms of, like, the how it's technically constructed. And how it even moves and animates, which is even more important. I don't know where I would begin to get hair to look like that and also behave properly in animation. That's a gigantic task that I don't know where to start. I've tried using hair before and it's never worked out. I would literally need to be sat down and be taught how to do it. And that's not something I would have done that much. There's a lot of things I've been able to self-teach myself, but hair is not one of those things. It doesn't come naturally to me, I suppose. So I feel like that's probably something I need teaching. The technical aspect of using hair particle systems and stuff. It'd be nice to know. Like, I really wish. That's the main obstacle, I would say, is hair. No matter what I do, I would never be able to replicate the look of Izzy's hair here. It's never look as good as this. It looks way too clean and gorgeous. So I don't know. I could, like, maybe make G4 style mains for them, which would probably fit my style a bit more, I suppose, but that's a bit different than trying to replicate G5 style, right? Try for a portfolio? I don't think I'm particularly interested in trying out for anything right now. That's the thing. I'm pretty content with just working for myself. I'm happy with it. I don't think I need to make any big jumps in decisions at this point in time for that kind of stuff. I don't know what that Disney movie's like right now. I'm not familiar with that, so I can't say anything about it. I wouldn't say hair is that expensive to render. Not to that degree that you're saying, at least. I mean, yeah, it's not cheap, perhaps, especially when it comes to memory usage, but actual hair particle systems is actually quite a bit more efficient for rendering purposes, for actual render times, than my method. Because my method of hair uses layered meshes, as you can see, without materials being loaded. You can see the layered meshes in action pretty clearly. But, yeah, having a bunch of meshes stacked on top of each other with transparency is incredibly expensive. Incredibly expensive. When they're stacked on top of each other and they're so close and there's so many layers, it's expensive. It's easier for me to work with in animation, but it's not cheap to render. Hair would render faster than this in cycles. Far faster. But I can't get hair particle systems to work with animation. That's the hurdle, and I can't overcome that. I've tried so hard. I've tried for like a month straight, like last year sometime. Couldn't do it. It was too hard. I really wish I could have made it work, because it looks... If you get real hair to work, it can look amazing, but it's so hard. It's so hard. Good job on the models? Cut the fetlocks? Wait, no. Okay. I appreciate the donation, but I have it on screen too. I did not make anything related to the G5 models. I did not. I'm not involved. I did not make them. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be clear on this, but just because I make 3 models of My Little Pony characters doesn't mean I'm making them officially. So just keep that in mind. Do I plan on making a Spike model? No. Not anytime soon, because for anything that for all the possible plans for animation projects I would want to do in the future don't involve Spike. Not necessarily because I dislike the character, it's just there are things that I have in mind that just so happens to not involve that character. So it just wouldn't be a good use of my time, because it would take a lot of time to do. And it would also not be reusable for any other character. It's only usable for Spike. While these pony models can be used for just about all of the female-based models for the ponies. Most of them. Because most of it's going to be the same model, just slightly shifted in some ways, you know? You need to keep in mind that a 3D TV show is not going to look as good as the film. Especially with the budget a TV show is going to have in comparison to a movie. I would be extremely worried about the quality of the TV show if it goes 3D. But we'll see. I would certainly have a pretty big worry at the start, but who knows? Maybe they can make it work out. But I just hope it's gonna be 2D, simply because I think they can make that work better with a TV budget. Yeah, that's what I imagine. Literally a tennis ball to cover up the point. That's what I was speculating for the context of that. At least part of the context. There's potentially more to it than that I will not go into right now. Don't want to spoil too much. If you want to know more, you can just check the description. I have a link to the article that talks about the premise of the movie. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna stop by the restroom. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, I mean, that's a common fear that people have, but we'll see. It's all about the execution. How are they going to do it, right? We don't know how. We just know what they're doing for the premise. It's just a general idea, and that's all it is. Don't know how Netflix would release it. In fact, I don't even know if Netflix would decide that. Maybe it's up to the publisher or the distributor, maybe, or whatever, that's providing the Netflix the rights to hold the content. What is it exactly that I do? Well, it's not this. I don't do this. However, I do this. This is my 3D models for My Little Pony. Not official. I am independent fan creator, and that's all I am. But yeah, I have my own 3D models in style that people seem to enjoy. It's a style that I created to imitate the style of Generation 4 of My Little Pony, while there's a new CG Generation 5 MOP movie coming up that's a completely different art style, and yeah, it's unrelated to me. And people do seem to be assuming that it's me, though, but it's not. But, yeah. I made this, and I also primarily do 3D animations work, which you can find here. This is something I've been working on for a while, which is, if it'll load. There we go. It's something I've been working on that's recreating part of the show, the show, one of the episodes. I do 3D animation and stuff. That's what I do.
I'm here to show you who I am.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do in a nutshell. 3D animation is my main focus, then rigging, and then I guess modeling, but not really. The modeling isn't really my thing, but animation and rigging, yes. And I guess rendering, kinda, but yeah. Anyway, is that PMD music? Yes, it is. It sure is. Do I plan on doing 3D versions of fan MLP songs like Rainbow Effect? No. The passion that I have for MLP is what is canonical to G4 at the moment. While I can appreciate work that, Fanimations do, I don't have the same passion for it, necessarily. Not necessarily because they're bad or anything, it's just I got so sucked into the G4 canon that it's hard for me to get as passionate about anything else other than that. So, do I have any constructive criticisms for the models? I had a nitpick. The main nitpick that I had was that the eyes felt maybe a slightly too small and too far apart. It makes the ridge between the eyes a bit too wide, perhaps, but I mean, to me that feels fairly minor. And I feel like it's something I can get used to. And otherwise, I think the models look really solid. And far better than anything I can do, honestly. Getting over how cute the safety tennis ball is. That'll be interesting to find out the context for that, not gonna lie. Very interesting. Looks like plagiarism from Philly Funtation. I don't see it. I mean, like, it's, I guess, more similar to Philly Fantasia than it is like previous Gen 4, I guess. But like, I wouldn't say it's that close. And the quality of the rendering is by far way better as well. On top of that, I don't know about that. Do I like T-Rex? I don't mind him too much. I thought he was really funny in season 8 and 9, though. Style isn't subjected to plagiarism? Yeah. Or subject to plagiarism, yeah. It's just, you can have a style that's inspired by something, and then you can even execute it even better, even if it's similar. And I think this is probably the case for that, maybe? I don't know. But I think Philly Fantasia is like way worse, visually speaking. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't see the relationship that much as some people seem to. I mean, yeah, don't worry if you have to go. Like, I've been streaming for a while, and I kind of just, I'm just going with it. I've been streaming and just chatting with everyone about this for a while, like 7.5 hours, and I don't think it's realistic for me to expect everyone to stick around. So if you have to go, then you should go. Don't stick around. It's not like I even know when I'm gonna stop streaming. I never know. I just stop streaming when I feel like it. I guess I don't have any schedule or anything. I just do it when I feel. Speaking of Starlight Glimmer, the timing. I didn't. That's the. Yeah, exactly. Communism. Oh man, that is funny. What's the song in the background? You can see the title up on the top of the screen. I always have the current song and its metadata playing up here. How do I theorize Sunny and Izzy meeting Pip? I have some ideas. I think I'll keep them to myself for now. Because I have some information on leaked information, like that may or may not be true, but could be spoilery. I'd rather not say much else. So, yeah. I don't want to spoil everything rotten on stream, you know. I'm pretty sure people would like to still be surprised by some elements of the plot. I don't know if Twilight's gonna be in the G5 movie. Maybe in the flashback, but I don't know. Like, it's... Can't say for sure. No idea. It would have been interesting if Luster Dawn was actually the main character. It would be. It would have been cool to see more of her, because I kind of like her design. Her design is kind of cool. But, you know, we only had one episode of her. Oh well. It is what it is. I don't want to like get disappointed just because it's not what I expected, though. I don't think that's fair. So, you know, judge it as it is, not for what you wished it was, as I say. Still 200 watchers? Yeah. People just like to hang out, I guess. I have done nothing but just talk, pretty much. People seem to like it, so I'm surprised. I didn't think I'd be all that suitable for this kind of stream, just to chat, but I guess it's working out. We don't know the situation about like the immortality of the princesses or whatever. We don't know. I'm sure they will find a way to explain something, or what? I don't know. I don't think they'll just leave that in the dust. They'll probably figure something out to and find a way to explain it. No. I don't think that's why, like, the main six was, like, essentially, like, abandoned as main characters. I'm pretty sure they're just doing that for the generation shift. In the new generation, you have a new set of characters to work with, and it's like a soft reboot to the show. Soft reboots are intended to help give a franchise that's on a decline a boost. So, like, if they just went back to the main six, it probably wouldn't be as much of a boost because everyone knows what they are already. It doesn't seem as new or fresh or whatever. So I'm pretty sure that's why they would do that, and that's more so a marketing decision than it is a creative decision. But that's my assumption, at least. Making 3D models and such for just one movie? What's the logic in that statement? There are tons of CG films that only just have one movie and they do fine. You know? That's just a part of making a CG movie. You make assets for that specific movie that you're only going to use for that project. That's just how it is. So I don't know where you're going with that. Yeah, this what you're seeing on screen is My Little Pony Generation 5, and this is going to be the movie style. The TV show is probably not going to look like this, but the movie is. So, and the movie's going to be first. The movie's going to debut, or start off Generation 5. Yeah, Even sequels, especially if the sequels are far apart. Like, I'm pretty sure every asset for Toy Story 3 was built from scratch, because Toy Story 2 was like extremely old in comparison. So everything was completely dated and probably using different older software and all that. So why would they want to remake that anyway? But even for films that are like closer together, I'm pretty sure a lot of things get rebuilt and remade. It's hard to give an example because I don't know every film and how they were built behind the scenes, obviously, but I imagine that's a pretty common scenario. I'm reminded of like the How to Train Your Dragon Hiccup model looking way better in How to Train Your Dragon 2 than the first movie. Not just because he matured, but because it's the aesthetics of the model just look better. So even if he didn't age, I imagine they would have remade the model anyway. But yeah, that's an example that just came to mind. Nicole, I have answered that question to you already. Please do not repeat the question, especially if I've already answered it. I would prefer not to ban people for doing that, but if they're just going to be that oblivious, I don't know what to say. Unless you literally can't hear me for some reason. But, yeah, I've already answered that question. I think the movie will have a villain? Oh, yes. I don't know what would be causing the chaos that is in the premise of the movie if it wasn't for someone with bad intentions. So, yes. At least I would expect that. So the Incredibles, there's still a huge time gap of when the movies were made, though. The first Incredibles was 2004-ish, and then Incredibles 2 was like within the past couple years. That was like well over a decade, almost a decade and a half difference of time passing in real life. It's not the best example to give because technology has expanded so far since then, and techniques of animation and creating 3D assets and stuff has expanded so much since then too. So, yeah. It's similar to the example I gave for Toy Story 2 and Toy Story 3. And even Toy Story 3 and Toy Story 4 is probably the same kind of thing going on too. I wouldn't be surprised if Toy Story 4 remade quite a bit of assets, though maybe less, to a less extent. Speaking of MLP movies, the first MLP movie was weird, in a way. Oh yeah. Was it? Didn't they like? Okay. I remember there being a transition. I just don't remember exactly the details of it. Is it just transition to physically based rendering? Is that all that was? Or is there more to it than that? Also, keep in mind, equestrian magic doesn't really affect other species, I suppose. Dragons, I don't think, really are affected by that. So, yeah, I'm kind of curious how the other, like, species in MOP are going to still be around or not. We'll see, but, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just the usual thing with movies. They have reveals and trailers that air many months before they actually go live. It can be a tedious wait, but it is just the normal thing. I wouldn't say the first MOP movie had assets that's the quality of PlayStation 1. I think that's an exaggeration. This PlayStation 1... do you even have an idea of how the PlayStation 1 actually technically looked like? Extremely pixelated and warpy textures is like the identity of that console. It didn't look like that. PlayStation 2, maybe I can understand that, but... Not PS1. Like, come on. Come on. Nah, it's not fair. Wonder why the guards look nervous? I think I might have an idea as to why, but I think I'll just keep that to myself for now. I'm pretty sure the guards are just there guarding the elevator. Personally. The other two characters are there at their own discretion, probably. I mean, it's not like they're constrained or anything, right? So why... I don't know. It's not like they're captive. Mentioned spoiler type leaks. Are they publicly available? Technically, yes, if you go digging for that. I will not be helping you out in regards to that, though. It is starting to get really windy outside. I should probably close the window a little bit. Yeah, regardless of anything, I'm definitely going to watch the film, especially since it's going to be the introduction of G5, so it's going to be fairly important. And I hope I like it. I hope I like how they executed it. It's going to be hard to tell how they execute things beforehand. I mean, you have trailers and stuff that could reveal some stuff, but it would be nice to have the full context of the whole film, so, you know, you just watch the film to get the full context. Yeah. I look forward to it. A tennis ball is like such a goofy way to restrain a unicorn from having like a sharp weapon, essentially, to use, I guess. You'd imagine there might be better ways to do that, but if that's what the purpose of that was. Anyway. I mean, it's funny regardless, though. And kind of cute. You don't remember the Pegasus name? It is Pip. It is Pip. P-I-P-P. 2 P's. So, yeah. That seems like a funny idea. I like it. It'll be interesting to see how they like make that give that context. But I do like the idea of that tennis ball thing. You thought this was canceled? Nah, I don't know why, though. What it would imply that this ever got canceled? I don't remember any information coming out that would suggest that. I mean, G5 ended, yes, but it was immediately clear after that they're still planning to make more MOP content for a different generation. And this is what that is. Yeah, maybe the stigma against unicorns is because of how sharp their horns are or something. That'd be weird. And it's just sort of interesting. And it's not like the horns are used for much else, right? If there's no magic, then you can't use your horn for magic. It's just a horn. And the horn, the only thing it can be used for is like as a weapon. Pretty much, not as a tool for magic. So I suppose that thought process makes sense, right? If it's only usable as a weapon, then that's how you would see it. If that's all your experiences with horns are. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Checks out. Figure out the entire script by using the 2 screenshots. Ah. You can make some guesses, but I'm pretty sure a lot of it's just going to be inaccurate. Speculate all you want, though. You think this movie style works better in 3D than 2D? Would you consider this to be the same style as this? I think they're related. I mean, I think there's inspiration from a single artist, and I'm pretty sure Emma Liu is in charge of this. And then these models were constructed based off of this kind of style. But it kind of shifts away from it still. It doesn't line up exactly. It's still kind of different. Alright, we'll be right back again. Be right back. And back again. All right. Discussion still going? Yes, it is. I don't know how, but I've been having a decent time just sitting here talking with chat. It's been a nice chat, to be honest. Didn't devolve into anything too crazy. It's just people speculating and making guesses and stuff. It's all good. I do have ideas, but I don't want to share too much because I've seen some of the leaked, might not be real leaks, but I've seen leaks detailing some more details about the plot that wasn't revealed officially yet or anything like that. So I'll just keep some of that to myself for now. I mean, the information that I had would just only came up in like a random Discord discussion. I don't know what sources they were from. Chances are probably from 4chan. And, you know, always take it with a grain of salt when it comes to that. And just say that. Do you think there's a chance we might be seeing a transition to a fully 3D industry? I hope not. I think there's always room for 2D, even if it's not as financially optimal. I feel like there's always going to be a market for that. At least I hope so. But yeah, you'll see. I mean, it's certainly taken over the movie industry quite a bit. Right. Oh, this is kind of funny, actually. I just saw this. It's kind of funny. That's great. Yeah, that comic reminds me of things like Spider-Verse and Klaus. Spider-Verse being a 3D film that imitates a lot of 2D animation, and also Klaus being the inverse of that. Klaus being a mostly 2D animated film that imitates how 3D is rendered, realistically. But also happen to be very, very, very stylized on top of that. It's very interesting. I like those kind of stuff. Has anyone here not seen Klaus? I'm pretty sure most of you have seen Spider-Verse, but what about Klaus? Klaus is a very, very good film. Very, very good. Wait, the song before was Growing Anxiety from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon 2. Anyway.
It's time you learned a lesson. It's time that you understand. Don't ever count on anybody else in this or any other land.
Klaus, as in, this is how you spell it. It's a Netflix film. So, you know, only on Netflix. But, it's incredible. Absolutely jaw-dropping how well animated that is. And it happened to be a pretty good story on top of that. I really like its take on the Santa Claus formula, pretty much. I suppose it's a little late for that, you know, after the holidays and all, but, you know, it's still a good film. I still want to recommend it. I kind of wish I recommended it again during the Christmas time frame last year. It's just really hard for me to not talk about it sometimes, whenever I think about it. I don't know about big name actors for G5. That kind of stuff makes me nervous because I don't want like the celebrity like aspect of the voice cast to take over the how the movie's marketed. Like it's, I just want good voice talent. That's all. If they happen to be a popular voice actor, then that's fine. But if they only hire voice actors just because they're popular, even if they don't fit the role as well as other people, then I would have issue with that. I would assume the main cast might not be celebrities because of how often they would need to bring them back in to record for the TV show. But maybe it's something sort of like Tempest being a celebrity voice actor, only appearing in the movie. Well, I guess only spoke in the movie once isn't a big deal, but if you were to bring in that voice actor for the show, it would be pretty expensive if you frequently do that. And MLB already had quite a few big name actors anyway, Tara Strong and John Delancey being the main two. But, yeah. I don't know if any of the original like main voice actors will or actresses will be participating with voicing any of the main characters in G5. I can see them voicing other background characters occasionally. I would totally see that, but I feel like their voices are too distinct at this point to voice a main character. It could be distracting, perhaps, maybe. It'd be cool if Lena Hall was on board. I know she's a fan of MLP. It'd be cool if she was on board with G5, but I don't know. I'd be so excited for that, to be honest. And especially considering we have Pip here, that's literally got a music notes as a cutie mark. You never know. But, yeah. I'm excited to see. And also, sort of nervous. Because it's kind of the make or break. Yeah, it's really important to get the voices right. Especially for the main characters. I said growing anxiety. Growing anxiety. That's what I said. Growing Anxiety is the title of the song, and it's from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon 2. The artist isn't specified? It's a video game soundtrack. A part of a video game soundtrack, so it's kind of hard to nail down a composer. I'm pretty sure you can find it on Google somewhere there, but anyway. Are these new characters? What you see on screen are the new characters. Well, besides the guards. I'm pretty sure the guards are mostly just background characters, but we have Izzy here, we have Sunny here, and we have Pip right here. We also have a male pony that's unnamed, and we only saw him briefly in the like a short animation. I don't have that up right now though, but pretty sure you can find that pretty easily. It's on Equestria Daily. Named Male Pony number 56. Great. I'm so excited for that. Can't wait for that character. Are the two guards male? Yeah, it looks like they are. You can usually judge it based on their head shape, and more specifically the muzzle. If they're more boxy and rigid looking, usually a stallion. But I suppose I don't know how if those rules are going to be as followed in G5. Who knows if that's going to be different, but yeah, I don't know. Give it the same chance we gave G4. To be honest, that's a good point. Because a lot of the reason why I joined the fandom late is because I never gave G4 a proper chance until way later. Because I knew about MLP for a while at that point. I just always saw it as a baby show. Literally. I couldn't not even imagine why people would even want to watch that show. But I was mistaken. Clearly. The show was way better than it was probably had any right to be. End up being my favorite cartoon of all time. Interesting how things work out like that. You don't think a show like that would be like that, but it is. It is what it is. You don't expect it. You think it's just going to be bad, but it's not. Maybe we should give the same chance to this. It makes sense. Why not? Someone posted the Hello Pinkie Pie thing as a leak? Where, though? Wait, what? I'm confused. Where? G5 is more than a few months away. A few is like 3 months or so. We're not quite there. It's a bit more than that. think I might be running out of topics to talk about at this point. Is there anything else you guys want to bring up? I think I've run out of things to say. I think I just want to sit back and just absorb everything now. Waiting for the trailer. I don't. That might be a while. I don't think that'll be today, or maybe even tomorrow. We'll see. I think it could be a few weeks or months. Yeah. Lots of speculation questions that I can't answer. Like I don't know. That's all I can say. I don't know, or probably I might know a bit too much about the leaks for me to really want to spoil anything. If they're true, at least. So. Will the title be the same or different? Title of what? What do you mean? I'm pretty sure the movie's just gonna be CG. Pretty sure, but I don't have confirmation about anything. It's I imagine the show's gonna be 2D, while the movie stays 3D. FIM? I think that the title has already been revealed. Don't mind the horrible merchandise art, but I'm pretty sure this is the new title. I assume every pony can make a difference. I don't know if that's the actual title, but it's the closest we have right now, I think. Yeah, the thing about that is that the title is a little long in that case, but you'll see. It does seem like a message that seems to revolve around the premise quite a bit, though, so there's possibilities of it. Hmm. 8-hour stream? That is totally normal, by the way. Though, frankly, I haven't done much in those 8 hours. I've just been chatting, but still, streams being this long aren't abnormal for me. Yeah, the chat and stuff will be saved and stuff. I just need to make sure I need to remember to put this in the playlist of streams. And you should be able to access it. Yeah, the this merchandise art is certainly not something I like at all. This is I just wish people would pay more attention to the smaller stuff here, which is actually pretty good. But you know, this is not good. This is not that good. This is good. This is good. What are the name of the ponies on screen? So we have. This is Pip. Well, based on a leak name that we have, but there's a very good chance it's probably correct. This is Pip. This is Sunny Star Scout. And I forgot the last name of this one, but this is Izzy, and it's Moonbow? Right? I think that's right. Izzy Moonbow. Yeah. I still have... I don't know how I feel about Star Scout being part of the name. It's a little weird sounding to me, but I don't know, it could just be me. But otherwise, I don't mind the names too much. I think Izzy fits her fairly well, even if it doesn't sound like a pony name, I guess, that you're all used to from Friendships Magic. But I think it seems to fit her. I like the name. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Izzy like ends up being sort of a klutzy character. But we'll see. Like, there could be more to it than that, which I would hope so. Like, some of my favorite parts of FIM were the characters and how they were characterized to be a lot more than how they seem to be. I hope this show can carry that on. Hopefully, we'll see. Oh, wait, I just realized this has been going on for a while. Let's change this up. Okay, I'll let this one play. Yeah, I'm literally scrolling through Twitter, looking through a bunch of fan arts as we stream. I've just been retweeting a few of them too. It's just give some attention to some people that deserve the attention for their art. Feels good. Yeah, I really like how the hooves look. I like how they look. Yeah, Pip is the only character that we know of and know what she looks like and not have any information about her officially, just only through leaks. I don't know what they look like from the side angle yet. I haven't had a close look. I'll also look at that later. I don't have the video up right now. I'd close that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end the stream pretty soon, so. Maybe after this song, I will just end it. It's been a good discussion for the most part. Even if I didn't get much done, I'm kind of just glad we got to discuss this a bit. I've been able to just stare at this for a while and just absorb it, get used to it. I will say that the only thing I still kind of bothers me is her face right here, but I think I'm getting more used to everything else I'm seeing here. It's just this face is still looking a little bit weird to me. Just this. Not this or this or this, it's just this. For me. But we'll see with time. We shall see. Yeah, like I've said this before, just because the color schemes line up with a different character you might know doesn't mean that they are related. In fact, I think it's very uncommon for the color scheme to be that identical between people that or ponies that they are related to. Can you name me one example that a child can have the same exact color scheme as one of their parents? Or anyone in their family line? They can share certain colors, but not all of them at once from a single parent or a single relative. I think Apple Bloom and Bright Mac is like the closest example, but the eye colors still don't match. But I don't think there's much else. Yeah, I really like Izzy's colors. It's very, very cool. Like, literally cool. As in, like, cold. I don't know how to describe the feeling if that doesn't convey that, but yeah. To be honest, I don't even remember Sunburst's relatives that much. I need to rewatch those episodes. Or I think it was just one episode, wasn't it? Season 8? Was it? I think it was season 8. Yeah, I need to look into that. I don't remember it too well. It's been a while. Horns are longer than endpoints here than G4. I would wait until we see other unicorn, because she's the only one we've seen so far, and she has a fairly unique horn where it's not even matching her color. I suspect that most unicorns aren't going to be quite like that, but we'll see. Yeah, the fandom is not going anywhere. I'm very happy to say. The fan art is one of my favorite aspects of the fandom too. There's so much good art in this fandom. It's hard to believe. Alright, I think I should probably go though. I should probably go. So, I guess after like 8.5 hours, man, it doesn't feel like it's been 8 hours, but yeah, well, here we are. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, guys. I appreciate you guys just chilling and talking about the new stuff that was discovered today. I'm glad it was fairly productive. It wasn't like too crazy, you know. That's certainly something that would worry me for something like this, but I'm glad it was fairly civil. Nothing too crazy happened. So that's nice. I appreciate you guys for that. Thank you. But anyway, I will see you guys later. I don't know when I'll stream next. I got some thinking to do, but hopefully I can actually get some work done next time. That'd be nice. But yeah. See you guys later.
Won't the ponies be sad? That would make me so glad. Now we've got